Testing. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to now call the Strategic Planning and Budget Committee meeting of November 19th, 2025 to order. I'll call on Tim Brubaker to conduct the roll call. Tim.
Thank you. Regional Chair Redmond is running late. Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Erb. Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Gowing.
Good morning.
Chair Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hunick.
Good morning.
Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe. Councillor Nowak. Yes. Councillor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councillor Salonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz. Councillor Verbanovich is running late, and Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gathered today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Chinantan peoples. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. We will now have a recommended motion to reconvene into open session, moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Gowing. Please use your yes or no button there in eScribe.
Chair Harris,
Or raise
I
your hand.
can't get in, so I'm a yes.
I think it sounds like everybody's in favor of this one, right? Do I hear a no? I don't, so it's passed unanimously. Okay, I'll start with presentations. GRCA, we're going to begin today with a presentation from the GRCA regarding their budget. So without further ado, I'll call upon Samantha Lawson and Kaylee Kean, Director of Finance of the GRCA. Welcome, good morning.
There we go. Okay. Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the GRCA's 2026 draft budget. Next slide. The Grand River watershed is the largest in southern Ontario. The Grand River and its tributaries lie at the heart of one of the richest, fastest growing regions in our province. Next slide. The Grand River Conservation Authority provides programs and services in engineering, planning, water and land management, outdoor recreation, and environmental education. Earlier this year, we updated our strategic plan, the framework that guides our organization in addressing the evolving issues that impact our watershed, including population growth and climate change. Our programs balance human, environmental, and economic needs so that we can deliver on our vision of a healthy watershed. We work with watershed communities to reduce flood risk, maintain and support a healthy watershed, and connect people to nature. Next slide. Warmer air and water temperatures, bigger rainstorms, and longer periods of drought are all consequences of climate change. This poses new challenges in managing floods, improving water quality, and securing water supplies for municipalities, farmers, industry, and the natural environment. The GRCA owns and operates 28 dams. 7 of the dams are used to manage flows within the watershed and are classified as multi-purpose dams. These dams are actively operated year-round to manage river flows related to flood mitigation and water supply during periods of low flow. Approved by the GRCA in 2024, we use 3 main documents to help guide how we manage our dams and reservoirs. The Water Control Structures Asset Management Plan outlines how we maintain structures that support flood control, low flow needs, and erosion protection. Our Reservoir Operations Policy helps us balance flood management with maintaining river flows throughout the year. The Ice Management Plan explains how we monitor ice conditions, watch for potential ice jams, and take steps to reduce risks when possible. Next slide. The GRCA staff undertake review and comment on Planning Act applications and other planning documents, such as official plans, secondary plans for the region, and on natural hazard matters. The GRCA administers a permitting and compliance program for development within areas regulated by the GRCA under the Ontario regulation. Next slide. Another strategic priority is to improve the health of the Grand River watershed. One example of this is the Source Protection Program, where the primary objective of the program is to protect current and future drinking water sources from contamination and depletion. There's ongoing work to update the Source Protection Plan where new information becomes available. The Grand River Source Protection Plan is updated frequently to reflect changes in the region of Waterloo. The most recent amendment impacting the region was submitted to MECP for approval on November 6, 2024. This amendment includes multiple well replacements within the region. Lake Erie Region Source Protection staff support the plan's implementation through regular municipal implementation working group meetings and one-on-one collaboration. Next slide. Another example of this strategic objective is the GRCA's watershed-wide wastewater optimization program that promotes data-based decision-making and operational practices to achieve performance targets that go beyond compliance. This allows municipalities to better understand the capability and capacity of their facilities and get the most out of these important assets. The GRCA held its annual workshop on November 13th, 2025, and 9 of the 12 wastewater treatment plants in the region received recognition this year for their work in achieving GRCA voluntary effluent targets. Next slide. The GRCA delivers a voluntary rural water quality program on behalf of 6 upper-tier municipalities in the watershed to help farmers implement best practices to improve and protect surface and groundwater quality. Each program is locally developed with input from the farming community, and variations in grant rates and eligible projects are tailored to reflect local priorities and budgets. Since 1998, 8,600 projects have been completed with $25.8 million in grants and over $70 million invested by municipalities and landowners. Next slide. So far in 2025, 55 rural water quality program projects have been completed in the region, representing a total investment of just over $1 million in water quality. Landowners received $223,000 in grants, $173,000 from the Regional Waterloo contributions, and another $50,000 from other federal cost share programs delivered by the GRCA. The region's $7 million contribution to the program since 1998 has resulted in approximately 2,400 projects with more than $26 million invested in Waterloo region. This vital investment not only helps improve the quality of the Grand River and protects drinking water sources for watershed residents, but also supports the rural economy and builds green infrastructure and climate change resiliency on the landscape. Next slide. We know that spending time in nature has a positive effect on people's physical and mental health. At the GRCA, we connect people with the natural environment by providing environmental education programs and access to outdoor spaces. A vital part of the watershed's recreational infrastructure, our Grand River conservation areas host about 2 million visitors per year and are important parts of the local economy, paying property taxes, hiring local staff, and supporting the vibrant tourism industry in our communities. The GRCA currently provides outdoor education programs to almost 30,000 students across the watershed each year, as well as to some community groups. Next slide. The GRCA owns approximately 48,000 acres of conservation lands, including 11 active fee-for-use conservation areas, Luther Marsh Wildlife Management Area, 5 nature centers, cottage lots, agricultural land leases, passive recreation lands, and rail trails. Slide. The following slides expand on the 2026 budget challenges and assumptions, as well as some inputs to the budget. Some budget challenges include that the GRCA is impacted by the current economic climate, including inflation, supply chain issues, cost pressures arising from the impact of tariffs, and skilled labor shortages. Projections of conservation area revenue can be a challenge as it's impacted largely by consumer demand and weather. A few other notable challenges worth mentioning are that the environmental education program is in transition. We also have aging infrastructure, and we are faced with increasing demands on land management. As with many other organizations, we face keeping pace with digital innovation and technological advancements to help improve service delivery and process efficiency, as highlighted in our strategic plan. This slide highlights some of the material changes and assumptions impacting the 2026 operating budget. A 5% compensation and benefit adjustment takes into account the full-year impact of the market adjustments that became effective July 1st, 2025, as well as an estimate of January 1st rate increases, grid movements, and benefit cost increases. Insurance expenses have increased by 2025 actual cost plus 5%. Administrative information system charges are continuing to see a 10% increase from prior year budget. Operating expense increases have occurred in program areas most impacted by existing inflationary cost pressures, with conservation area expenses increasing by $600,000 over prior year, primarily related to increased projection of costs associated with visitor volume. The budget does exclude one-time budget expense items carried forward to the 2025 budget from 2024 results, totaling about $400,000. Any surplus carry forward from 2025 results will be considered in the final budget draft. The overall outcome on operating expenses is an increase of approximately $1.2 million, or 3.7%. This slide illustrates a summary of the change in each operating capital, special projects, and funding to reserves as compared to the 2025 approved budget. I will speak to each of these categories in the following slides. The overall budget decrease in this draft is approximately $600,000. However, it is typical to add special projects in the following budget drafts, and therefore the final budget is not expected to decrease from prior year. The operating budget represents $32.6 million of the overall draft budget. This is broken down by allocating $4.3 million in general operating expenses, $11.5 million in Category 1, $1.2 million in Category 2, and $15.6 million in Category 3. Examples of the programs and services included in each category are outlined on this slide. For capital, we have budgeted $5.6 million in expenses, made up of $3.2 million in Category 1 for water management, infrastructure, major maintenance, gauges, and hardware, $400,000 in net motor pool and information system capital expenses requiring reserve funding, and $2 million for conservation areas capital. Special project expenditures incorporate a budget of $1.05 million, made up of $965,000 in Category 2 for rural water quality grants, species at risk, and a subwatershed study, as well as $92,000 for Category 3 confirmed special projects. A notable change from prior year is there is no longer a budget for the Guelph Lake Nature Center, as it is expected to be completed by the end of this year. Other special projects will be incorporated into the final budget as agreements and financial expectations are finalized. This slide illustrates revenue by category. Approximately 1/3 of our revenue is from apportionment. Nearly 50% is self-generated, and government grants and reserves each account for approximately 10%. Note the 2026 final budget is expected to show increased revenue figures as relates to those confirmed special project expenditures and associated funding. A 3.5% apportionment increase is proposed and results in an apportionment increase from $13.7 million to $14.2 million, or $481,000. For the region, this results in a 3.3% increase from prior year, as illustrated on this slide. The first draft of the 2026 budget was distributed to municipalities earlier this month, and in December, the GRCA board will finalize municipal apportionment. Typically, there are no changes to apportionment after the October draft. In December, a notice will be sent to municipalities regarding the apportionment vote, which is to occur in January. And that concludes the 2026 draft budget presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. We'd be happy to take any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, and we do have a few. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for your presentation, and most importantly, thank you for the work that you do in our community. I'm not sure if you'll know the answer to my question, but I'm wondering how the recent provincial mandate to, I'm not sure what the word is, amalgamate the conservation authorities will affect the GRCA, if at all.
Through you, Chair Harris. Thank you very much for your question. So the proposed amalgamation or consolidation that the province has tabled will have a significant impact on the GRCA. They are proposing to reduce conservation authorities from 36 to 7. The GRCA would be included in the Lake Erie Regional Conservation Authority, which basically is the GRCA down to Windsor. So it's about 25,000 square kilometers that would be in that jurisdiction, and there'll be 81 municipalities located in there. So it'll be a significant change to how we operate right now.
Okay, and if that comes about, do we know when it's happening?
So
We have to
the
hurry up and do a bunch of work before it happens? 'Cause that would be good.
hopefully. So the ERO posting is active right now. It closes on December 22nd. And the ERO posting is specific to the proposed boundaries and the criteria that the province has used to establish those boundaries. In terms of timing, I would say initially it appears that they're planning on moving pretty quickly. There's also Bill 68, which contains an amendment to the Conservation Authorities Act to create a provincial agency that will oversee the conservation authorities. And once that bill receives royal assent, that agency will be created. In terms of one of the tasks of that agency is to manage the consolidation of the conservation authorities. What we've been told is that there potentially might be further consultation from the results of the ERO, but tentatively they're suggesting that in the spring we will see more regulations and legislative changes to reflect the consolidation. And then this last board that is with the GRCA, when their term is up, that will be the last board of the GRCA, and in January 1st, 2027, we'll move into this new proposed consolidated governance.
I'm so sorry, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and thank you, ladies, for coming in this morning. I hope your drive was easier than mine. I just wanted to state, I think you made a slight error when you said that the apportionment is 3%. No, you said a third. You said a third, and it's only 3%.
Oh, sorry. It's a third of our overall revenue.
So I just wanted to clarify
Yes.
that it's not 30%.
I may have said that wrong. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. Thanks for coming in today and presenting this. I'm just curious if you could unpack a little bit what you said, what you meant by the changes to the education outreach program. And there was another program, I didn't quite catch it, that you said there's significant pressures around.
The environmental education program is in transition, and I think I noted that conservation area revenue is challenging to predict just because it's impacted largely by consumer demand and weather. I think that might be the one that you're
Okay, so but were you meaning like is the education outreach program a program that the school boards they send kids to? And so I'm not sure, what do you mean by that's in transition?
Do you want to answer it? Sure.
So we're basically almost through the transition for those programs. So when the province made changes back in 2021, they put in a regulation that stipulated how we can use municipal levy, and then it required us to recategorize all our programs and services. So environmental education is a Category 3 program and service, so that's one that's determined through the board. And at that time, the board decided that they wanted to transition the program to be on a cost recovery model. So in order to do that, staff reviewed the entire program and looked for opportunities to preserve the program and to preserve staff. So right now, we're still transitioning in terms of moving some of those programs out of their current locations into parks. And as a result, there's traditionally about a $350,000 deficit to operate the program. And so the GRCA, prior to this modification to our budget, had set up a transition reserve to help stabilize that program until we're able to fully transition it into a new model. So the program's still actively funded, still currently going. It's just we're transitioning it in terms of the location where it's delivered for some of them.
So thanks for that. So does that mean that once the transition's complete, that you won't be offering the environmental education, or it'll be offered through the boards, or?
No, so the GRCA will still offer the program. It's contracts that we have with the school boards to deliver it. It's just some of them will be operating within the park versus within a separate area located where the nature center is.
Okay, okay.
So the program's still happening. It's just the model is a bit different.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And could I ask a follow-up question? That's Chair? Okay. I'm just curious, could you maybe share kind of what the changes to the conservation authorities were certainly a surprise to me. Probably, hopefully not you, but I mean, but it seemed like a surprise when I heard about it a couple of Fridays ago. So they are moving quickly. I'm just wondering, could you kind of, I know you have a limited amount of time here today, but could you kind of unpack that for us and just help us understand what's the motivation behind this? Like, what is the goal, in your opinion, that they're trying to get to with this change? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris. So the province has suggested that with the 36 conservation authorities, there's duplication in terms of administrative oversight, particularly for some of the larger CAs, like, for example, GRCA. We have 38 municipalities that fall within our jurisdiction. I think the province has used the example of the city of Hamilton has 4 CAs that provide services for them. And I think one of the biggest challenges is the discrepancy between some of the CAs in terms of administration of policies and procedures and programs. Also, permitting is a concern of the province in making sure that all conservation authorities, again, back to the changes that were made in 2021, they did put in timelines, legislative timelines for us. I think some of the bigger challenges as well is there are some relatively small CAs. The province yesterday actually highlighted that, the Toronto Conservation Authority has a budget of $177 million, and a couple CAs have less than $1 million budget. So I think they're also looking to streamline resources and to increase capacity so that the conservation authorities can deliver programs and services more effectively. Part of it with this other agency that's going to be overseeing, they've identified that they're there to help set standards, guidelines, those types of things to support conservation authorities as well. So that's what they've told us the goals are. I think we were a bit caught off guard by it as well. It was not something that we were aware of was happening. So we knew something was going to happen, but I don't know. I certainly didn't think to the scale of what they proposed.
Okay, thanks for that. That's helpful to just understand it better. So it's good to know that generally the CAs will still have, I know you need more funding, but generally supported. But so it's kind of a governance, issue more than the actual programs and services that the CAs provide. Okay, thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Harris, Samantha, and thank you both for coming in this morning. It truly has been a learning experience for me on GRCA the past few years, and thank you for all of the work to you and the team. I think it's the GRCA is a model conservation authority across this province. I do have 2 questions, Chair Harris. So the first one is just, so we know the province has made these changes and implemented this, but can you speak to some of the past few years changes that have been made provincially that have impacted the GRCA? Because I think there was a pattern that was, started and that has led to this, thinking maybe in terms of fees, what you can charge, things like that. Just some of that to contextualize this a little bit.
Sure. So back in 2019, the province actually implemented or proposed a number of changes to the Conservation Authorities Act from a regulatory perspective as well as an administrative perspective. I'm trying to think, I think we had 7 or 8 regulations that came out from that, as well as various amendments to the Conservation Authorities Act that also restricted the scope and mandate of the Conservation Authority. So over the last couple of years, they've issued a mandatory programs and services, which is really the Category 1 programs and services. So those are natural hazard programs and services, so source protection, land management, flood mitigation and management. And then it also required us to go through a process updating our budgeting. So that's where we got into the category 1, 2, and 3. And part of that process was to help make it our Conservation Authority's budgeting more transparent to the municipalities so they could see where their levy dollars were going, as well as what the Conservation Authority did with any of their surplus revenue from the self-generating portion of their programs and services as well. A couple other more recent changes were the province removed the ability for the Conservation Authority to provide any comments on natural heritage aspects, and that was through a number of different pieces of legislation. So they passed a regulation to prohibit us from commenting on that. As well as for the last 3 years, they've issued a fee freeze to our planning and permitting fees, and that has been in effect for the last couple of years. And typically we find out whether or not that's going to continue mid to late December for the following year. So we don't know yet, but I would anticipate that we're going to get the same pay freeze again.
Thank you just for having some context that, you know, there was decisions being made that were significantly impacting your ability to continue to do the work in an effective way. The other question, and I know that the GRC has spent a considerable amount of time building relationships with Indigenous First Nations communities. Since these changes have been implemented, have you been speaking with the First Nations and Indigenous communities around some of this, and without speaking for them, just kind of those conversations, you know, how receptive is that?
So through you, Chair. So we have been speaking with a number of First Nations, in particular Six Nations in the Mississaugas. I know that they have reached out to us. We have regular meetings scheduled with them, and I know through those meetings they've voiced their concerns over the changes that the province has implemented over the last couple of years. I know that they have told us that they were submitting comments to the province about their concerns that of what the province is doing. We haven't touched base with them recently, but we do have a meeting coming up shortly with them, where Six Nations in particular, which have been a longstanding partner of the GRCA for decades. So they've been supportive and empathetic to the situation that we're in.
Okay, thank you so much for coming in. That's all I have. Thanks.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and just for everyone's information is that the GRC is the top run conservation in Ontario. And several ministers have told me this, and we've spoke about this before. Very respected by the ministry. Samantha has been appointed to a lot of conservation boards and things at the upper levels of government. She has held us high. The standards, we are the standards that other conservation authorities are to follow. And hopefully, whatever happens going forward, we will still rise above. So thank you, ladies, so much for what you do.
Okay, thanks so much for the presentation. Sorry, Councillor Craig.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but I don't have my e-scribe working. It's not my fault. But anyways.
Nothing is, Doug.
No, never, especially at home. But anyways, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, how many new municipalities within this large new body are going to be incorporated in the present system that they're proposing?
So through you, Chair Harris. So there'll be probably about an additional 40 municipalities. So the total would be 81.
So we're at, okay. And so if I may, Mr. Chair, what this really harkens is to the fact that this is going to be very difficult in terms of local representation and responding to local needs. So I'm not buying into the issue that this is all about efficiency. I think it really is it's consolidating provincial government's power over different aspects of our common life. Anyways, I appreciate your comments.
Okay, Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair Harris. And this is partly related, I think, to the region and to the GRCA. At a retirement for Thomas Schmidt, who was the Commissioner of Engineering and I'm not sure what the title was here at the region. He was asked the question, what were some of the biggest accomplishments in his work life? And he said the restoration of the Grand River. That was one of the highlights of him. So I think kudos to the GRCA for the work that you're doing on that, how the region helped make that happen. But for him, that was one of the highlights of his 20 plus years here as a commissioner.
That's it. Okay. All right. I think that's it, Samantha and Kaylee. Appreciate you coming in today. Good luck with the road ahead, knowing it'll be somewhat interesting as things unfold. So appreciate it. And thank you for the work that you do here on behalf of our region. Folks, yesterday we heard from staff about the proposed 2026 operating budgets, and today we now get the opportunity to go into a deep dive into the capital program. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Acting CAO Matthew Getsky to kick things off. Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back for part 2 of this first phase on the preliminary budget for 2026. We will spend the bulk of our time today on the capital program. As a reminder, what you are asked to approve is the 2026 capital plan, which is going to be executed next year, and approve in principle the 9 Romanian years of the 10-year plan, which is 2027 through 2035. So you'll hear there are some different considerations on what needs to be done now for 2026, and some considerations on the work that needs to be done for to ensure the sustainability of the subsequent years in the plan. So we've heard some questions yesterday. So we'll try to clarify how the capital and operating budgets are connected, the different mechanisms that tie these together. They're a little bit subtle, so we'll try to explain that as clearly as possible, but make sure to jump in if you have any questions. The decisions that we make for 2026 on the capital side greatly influence the next few years in terms of the impacts on the operating budget and how the community will grow. This session will run quite similar to the operation portion of the budget yesterday. So staff will start by presenting an overall picture, and then we'll do a bit of a deeper dive on significant project departments and significant adjustments to the capital program that we've introduced this year, in part, as a result of getting a better handle on debt sustainability for the long term. There will be scheduled breaks for questions throughout and at the end of each thematic deep dive. But if you would like to see something more or ask outside of question periods, just please do so. And we'll use all of these questions as usual to build material for the December 3rd session if we can't respond on the spot. So on the next slide. So again, that's the breakdown of that's the order through which we'll go through the presentations with the overview, the asset management plan, which is a key piece of the renewal portion of the capital program, financing principles, and then the 4 deep dives on housing, airport, roads, and waste management. Next slide, please. So just again, in the quick reminder of where we are in the overall process. Next week, police will bring forward their budget proposal for 2026. December 3rd, we'll then bring back follow-up questions that you expressed yesterday or today, or information that you'll continue to request to help with your decision-making. And then December 16th is scheduled for final motions and deliberation. I think December 10th is the deadline for motions. And I'll turn it over to Wayne to give an overview of the capital plan.
Thank you, Matthew. Next slide, please. So, as Matthew said, today we'll be digging into the details of the capital program. We've taken an affordability approach this year and showing what we can deliver within the direction that Council has given us. Just like the operating slide, we've made hard strategic choices. We put forward the best possible trade-offs within the limits we're working with, balancing what's needed with what's affordable and setting ourselves up for success. Our approach is centered around long-term fiscal responsibility. The goal is to ensure residents are getting real value for their money and that we're maintaining and delivering assets that support a strong, healthy, and sustainable community. Next slide. Earlier, we focused on the operating budget and on the overall tax levy. Today, we're shifting to the capital side. It's important to remember that it's ultimately the same tax dollar funding both. When we collect taxes and determine our tax levy, we're really directing that tax dollar into two different streams. You can think of it like your personal finances. So the operating budget's like your day-to-day bank account. It pays things like payroll, rent, grants, utilities, contracts, other services that are regular and ongoing. And the second place that the tax dollar goes is into reserves, which functions like our savings account. This is where we allocate money for major assets and projects that last longer than a year, sometimes decades. We save into reserves over time, and then when there's enough in the account, we use those funds to deliver the asset. I can use a simple example. Let's assume we've saved up enough and we are saving to deliver a building for affordable housing. Two things happen. The immediate impacts are on the operating budget, the day-to-day costs, electricity, maintenance, security, janitorial services. All those are ongoing costs and come out of the day-to-day operating budget. But it also creates a need for long-term savings. From the moment the building opens, we need to start saving for big life cycle investments like roof replacement, HVAC replacement, major repairs, and ultimately full building renewal or replacement at the end of life. So we start setting money aside immediately in our reserves, again like a savings account, so that when those life cycle costs arrive, we're not scrambling to find funding. This is why operating capital can't be viewed in isolation. Every asset we build has both ongoing annual costs and long-term replacement costs, and both of these rely on the same tax dollars. Next slide. So on this slide, you can see that our asset delivery budget for 2026 is $611 million, and over the 10 years, we're planning to invest $7.4 billion to deliver our tangible capital assets. We have three main program areas that account for the vast majority of this capital investment. Community services, which is primarily our affordable and community housing builds. Transportation services, which includes our road network, as well as buses and our light rail transit system. Environmental and engineering services, water, wastewater, and regional facilities. Everything outside of these three is captured in the other category shown on the pie chart. This includes all remaining capital items like library roof replacement, airport runway construction, and other smaller or more specialized capital projects that don't fit into the other buckets. We'll walk through each program area in detail today, but to give you a sense of scale, all of those other areas combined make up 8% of the overall capital. Next slide. So our capital plan is made up of both growth projects and renewal projects. And projects get onto the list in different ways. For growth projects, they come onto the list through our major strategic plan, Growing with Care, through long-range master plans done by several areas. This year alone, we had several new long-range plans, the paramedic master plan, asset management plan along with levels of service, and the GRT business plan. All these documents alongside the levels of service approved by council determine which projects need to be completed over the next decade. Once the projects are identified, this is where we then they are prioritized by area to best deliver on the division's long-term plan, and speed at which we can deliver these projects is driven by how much funding is available. All these projects really help council deliver on the strategic promises made under Growing with Care. Next slide. Our strategic priorities through the Growing with Care strategic plan can be seen in the capital program. The four priorities are a lens to help prioritize. So Home for All, in 2026, we're delivering on the Langs Waterloo Regional Housing Revitalization Project in Cambridge, which is anticipated occupancy of 2027. As part of this year's budget process, we're working carefully to achieve a fiscally responsible approach to the debt servicing impacts of key projects under Homes for All, such as the Moorgate redevelopment project. We'll touch more on this later in today's presentation. We're also continuing progress on the community housing initiative to expand and improve our affordable housing supply. Climate-aligned growth. Other projects you'll see in the program include Stage 2 LRT to Cambridge, which will have a lasting impact on Waterloo Region as a community and support climate goals. Similarly, the Kitchener Central Transit Hub is about making it easier, more efficient to move around the region, reducing greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. We're also investing in our landfill gas system, an impactful approach. Equitable services and opportunities. We're advancing several projects aimed at delivering equitable services across the region. Modular childcare spaces, ensuring we're adding capacity where families need it. Road improvements across the region, helping people get to school and work. Paramedic stations to support response times. Bus stop improvements, making sure all riders have safe, accessible, and welcoming stops. Under resilient and future-ready organization, we're making significant investments in technology and data-driven decision-making. In transit, we're modernizing systems to support better service and operations. For fleet replacements, we're using data to determine optimal timing, looking at repair costs, life cycle patterns, and choosing the most responsible financial approach. In waste management, we're doing the same, using data to optimize vehicle replacement and maintenance schedules. And finally, asset management. Now that we have the skill set in-house, we'll be able to provide annual updates on asset conditions and make more informed evidence-based decisions every year. Next slide. Next, we're going to talk about how we bundle different types of work into single projects. Earlier, I talked about renewal and growth as if they were two separate things, and conceptually they are, but in practice, many of our projects contain elements of both. Renewal is about repairing, restoring, or replacing existing assets. The purpose is to extend their life cycle, maintain our existing service levels, and keep what we have in already good working order. Growth is about adding new infrastructure, including expanding capacity so that we maintain our service levels as demand increases. But I want to highlight that many of our projects combine both of these. For example, when we replace an aging piece of road infrastructure, the part is renewal, but if we add a new bike lane as part of the same project, that portion is growth. When we renovate and renew an existing building, but we also do some space planning to optimize the layout, adding respite beds at Sunnyside Home, for example, then we add additional capacity to, that additional capacity is a growth element. So the point is, even though we categorize projects as renewal or growth, many of them have components of both, and our capital plan reflects that. Next slide. Ensuring a robust capital program is a continuing priority. To strengthen existing practice, this year we established a new capital program steering group. The group focuses on shared best practices, establishing policy direction, and creating a forum where leadership is regularly discussing capital in a coordinated and holistic way. Other work completed to strengthen our capital approach include the establishment of debt metrics and sustainability limits as presented on October 22nd. In addition, we continue to work to improve our project delivery, increasing our percentage complete. For this year, some major initiatives include advancing project groupings, identifying work that can be made shovel-ready, and leading the work on the regional development chart study. Sorry, my screen's flipping here a little bit. Looking ahead next year, an important project is the Bias and Capital Planning Project. This work will evolve our capital program by strengthening and prioritizing our process in terms of determining which projects come forward. And I'm now passing this over to Jennifer to talk about asset management.
Thank you, Wayne. In June of this, previous slide. In June of this year, the team presented to Council our asset management plan. And just to summarize what that plan is, just to refresh memory, the assets in the region rely on the assets the region relies on to support service delivery to the community. It summarizes the level of service proposed to be provided by these assets. It includes the assets needed in the future to continue to deliver services safely and reliably, and the activities needed to sustain assets throughout their life cycle at the best possible cost and at an acceptable level of risk. It also identifies the funds needed for these activities and the steps to improve future versions of the asset management plan. Next slide, please. Some of the trends that we saw from 2020 to 2025, 2020 was our last asset management plan, is that the value of our asset portfolio increased by $4 billion. And this is driven by inflation, asset portfolio growth, and consolidation of data. We also saw that the average asset condition has declined from good to good/fair. And the percentage of assets in a state of good repair decreased from 90% to 84%. The infrastructure funding gap, so that's the money required to keep assets in a state of good repair, increased from $74 million to $82.8 million per year over the next 10 years. Next slide, please. The levels of service underpin the asset management plan. They inform the 10-year capital plan and budget and funding needs, and the standards are set for performance, quality, and efficiency of assets. Further service continuation, to ensure service continuation through strategic and timely investments. And these were approved by Council in April of 2025. On this slide, you can actually see with the road condition what we look at for a poor or very poor road, a fair road, and a very good and good road. So this is the information that we use when we're developing our capital plan, a piece of the information that we use, I should say. Next slide, please. So our asset management plan highlighted that the region has an infrastructure funding gap of $82.8 million per year over the next 10 years, as I mentioned in the previous slide. This is based on the 2025 capital plan. We will update the 2026 capital plan mid-year 2026 with the funding that we have to see if that changes. We are required now to provide an annual report to Council on our asset management plan, and that information will be included in there. We're tracking against levels of service measures annually, so we're watching the metric, the level of service, and see if we're meeting that. And infrastructure financing and reserves will be reviewed by staff in 2026. This is a really important piece of work, as it will identify the infrastructure strategy that will be required to keep our assets into a state of good repair. And this work will help to avoid future cost increases for infrastructure renewal through doing emergency work, which is much more expensive than doing planned maintenance work or renewal work that's on time. The chart that you see on the right is similar to the one I presented yesterday for water and wastewater assets, but this one shows the black line, which are the renewal funds that we have right now. The red dotted line is where we should be funding for optimal strategy, so that's doing the asset intervention at the right time to extend the life of the asset, to really get your full money's worth out of that asset. And then the green line is in the middle. That's to maintain performance needs. So you can see the gap that is there that I was referring to before. The blue bars are simply a model of what would happen with our continued funding that we have right now and the actual needs required over the future years. Next slide. I think that's my last slide. Yes.
I jump in now. So next we're going to talk about in the financing levers we have for our capital delivery. And as a reminder, financing dictates just how fast we can deliver these prioritized capital assets to meet the community needs. If you go to the next slide, please. So first I'm going to talk about our reserves. As Wayne reminded us earlier, reserves are essentially our savings account. This is where we are setting money aside to deliver the major assets our community needs. These are resident tax dollars, and in our 2026 capital plan, reserves make up 17% of our capital financing. Before getting into details, let me orient you to the chart on the slide. The green bar is showing our reserve balance, the total savings from 2025 to 2029. The first blue bar in each year represents our contributions to reserves. This is the amount of tax levy we are directing into long-term savings versus what goes into our day-to-day operating account. This reflects our ongoing pay-as-you-go strategy approved back in 2017, which aims to gradually reduce and eventually eliminate the need to issue debt for renewal work. The second blue bar represents our RDC collections, or regional development charges, which we expect to grow slightly but remain pretty modest. Now here's the main takeaway. Even though our contributions to reserves, that first blue bar, are growing year over year, and even though our development charge collections are stable, the red bar, which represents our annual asset delivery, is significantly larger. In most years, it's about double what we're saving. What that means is, year after year in this capital plan, we are drawing down our reserve balances. Our asset delivery needs are outpacing the amount we can responsibly save. This is a long-term affordability challenge we wanted to make sure that council and the community clearly sees. As I've previously shared, and both Wayne and Jennifer had alluded to, staff and the capital steering group in particular are investigating our overall infrastructure financing needs as a key piece of work to deliver in 2026. If you go to the next slide, please. Next, I'll dive into our regional development charges. As we shared in October 22nd, there's been significant provincial changes over the past year, particularly through Bill 17. The biggest impacts to Waterloo Region include long-term care now being statutorily exempt from development charges. Non-rental residential development charges are no longer due at building permit issuance. They are now payable at occupancy permit, which on average is about a 2-year delay in collection for our residential development charges. We also lost the ability to charge interest during that 2-year deferral. That means DCs are delayed 2 years interest-free compared to what we were forecasting last year. Collectively, these changes create a material financial pressure for us, affecting both the timing and total available funding for growth-related assets. Effective November 3rd, 2025, amendments to the DC Act provide that DCs for non-rental residential developments are now payable at the occupancy rather than building permit issuance, as I just stated. If we assume people who paid early to avoid interest are the only ones that will end up delaying, and we don't collect interest on delay, the minimal impact is still over $20 million. That average could go up depending on how you calculate it. So it will continue to be a area of staff in interest, and we will be reporting back quarterly next year through our PFR reports, as previously noted. I also noted on October 22nd that despite these challenges, we don't foresee any issues with the delivery of our 2026 growth-related projects or even going into 2027. So there is a longer-term issue, but our current reserve balances are okay for 2026. We will be able to deliver the plan that is in front of you. From a perspective of what we're seeing right now, in 2025. As I said in the Q3 report, our RDC collections have been significantly lower this year. In Q3, collections were 37% of what was collected in Q3 2024. Year-to-date 2025 compared to 24, we're down 47%. That's about $31 million lower than last year. So what you might, or what we will see then, is that our RDC reserve balances will decline more quickly and potentially run dry sooner than planned. But if that happens, we would be handling it through issuing more RDC-supported debt. Like I said, we're still in the very early days of understanding the full impact of the provincial changes, what's going on in the broader economic condition, and we expect as the market recovers, particularly the Ontario condo market, collections will begin to stabilize. We're also aware of several major projects advancing in the region that will support collections over the coming years. So like I said, this is an area of concern that we will watch, but not something that we expect to that we anticipate impacting the decision you're making today about the 2026 projects. If you go to the next slide, please. The third source of financing in our capital plan is debt. As we discussed on October 22nd, debt has been a major focus for staff this year. We've done a significant amount of work to determine what is reasonably affordable for residents over the long term, and how we ensure that debt servicing costs never outstrip the operating budget in a way that forces unaffordable tax increases. We now have a clear debt policy, and I walked through all the metrics behind that the last time we met. Our target is a limit of $100 million a year and $1.2 billion over the 10-year horizon. This preliminary capital plan does meet that long-term objective. We are currently at $1.12 billion on our 1.2 target over the 10 years. I would like to highlight that this is only possible because we have very low debt planned in the later years, and to offset our higher debt in the earlier years. We are not meeting our debt policy in 2027 or 2028, and we'll go over that and the causes of that as we go through today. I just did want to confirm with council what this means is these out years are now committed to being low debt years. So even if new projects emerge later in the decade, which we know always happens, the capacity will simply just not be available. We're making a deliberate choice here to use our debt room sooner rather than later. Because of this constraint that was placed on debt, some projects have been moved to a category in the preliminary capital plan called unsecured funding. These projects are strategically important. They align with our master plans and they growing with care priorities, but we cannot deliver them with existing regional funding. They will require additional provincial or federal investment or other external sources. It is important for council to note that none of these unsecured funded projects are within the 2026 year. Everything you're asked to approve for 2026 has funding in place. The unsecured items begin in the later years. In this plan, we are signaling that we will seek other funding sources to keep this work moving. But if that funding doesn't materialize, we will return to council at the time that we need to have the conversation about postponement or cancellation of those projects. Some key examples in the unsecured category include the LRT Stage 2 to Cambridge. As council knows, we're asking for full external funding for that project. We have 2 Waterloo Region housing projects, which we moved to unsecured in the expectation that senior governments will step up on housing. And there are several other items noted on the slide. Another item I wanted to draw attention to is the fleet charging stations. By moving that capital work to unsecured, it means that if we do not find another source of funding, we would be delaying the electrification of our fleet by a few years. Staff are comfortable with this, even though it's not what was in the core cap, because the technology is not performing as well as we'd hoped. Traditional and hybrid vehicles continue to outperform electric vehicles in key areas. So waiting for the technology to mature is a responsible choice, but it does mean that this one area under climate-aligned growth, where we will not be delivering as quickly as we'd anticipated. I also wanted to highlight one other key item In our 10-year forecast, we do not have funding to grow our transit fleet. We can replace our existing buses and trains, that's funded. But we do not have funding to add new buses or trains beyond current levels. So as ridership recovers and we get back on our growth trajectory, we will need to revisit the question of how to fund transit expansion. This will be covered in future years' planning cycles. If you go to the next slide, please. On this slide, we've provided for Council's awareness the top 10 funded projects over the entire 10-year plan. So the top 10 regional projects are listed at the top of the slide, and those projects alone represent about half of the region's total debt load over the decade. We've also included, just for transparency, the top police uses of debt. As a reminder to Council, police in the region are tied to the same overall debt limits because we share a single financial statement, we share the same credit rating, and we issue debt together as one entity. So this debt policy limit applies to both the region and police combined. It's one shared envelope. When you add the police total to the regional top 10, what you can see is that by 2028, the projects shown on the slide account for approximately 85% of all the debt funded work. This gives you a clear picture of how concentrated our debt capacity is and why we need to be very strategic about when and where we use it. If you go to the next slide, we did some work this year around looking at the terms we use for when we're issuing debentures. There was a report to Council earlier this year, and it looked closely about where we should be using 10 versus 20 versus 30-year debt. And what we've established and what we're applying in this capital plan is a clear set of principles that align debt term to project type. So for renewal projects, we're using a 10-year term. What that means, as you can see in the bottom right chart, is that the annual cost of servicing that debt is a little higher because we're paying the debt off pretty quickly. But the overall cost of borrowing at the end of the 10 years is lower because we carry interest for the shorter period. I wanted to share here as well, pointing out that we have not yet hit proof of pay-as-you-go on our renewal, with 21% of our debt being issued in this 10-year term means that it's going towards renewal projects. For larger, more complex projects and most growth-related work, the standard term we've been using and will continue to use is 20 years. This is a middle ground option. It has manageable annual costs while still tying the repayment period to the useful life of the asset. 20-year debt represents just about half of all the debt in this plan. New this year, using 30-year debt for large-scale, legacy, growth-related assets. Projects with a benefit that have a life more than 30 years. These are big intergenerational projects where it makes sense to spread the costs over a longer term. A 30-year term does lower the annual costs, making it more affordable to our tax levy increase year over year, allowing us to take on slightly more debt, but it does increase the total overall cost because we're paying interest for a longer period. This is the first year 30-year debt has been included in our capital plan, and about 20% of our debt funding projects fall into this new 30-year category. And if you go to the next slide, I'm now going to give an overview of the projects in our capital plan, and then we'll go specifically through portfolios that staff want to bring to council attention, namely housing, the light rail transit stage 2, airport, roads, and waste. So if you go to the next slide. As we've shared, a tremendous amount of work went into setting this 2026 capital plan. This is the first year we're taking a more explicit affordability-first approach, focusing on what we can realistically deliver inside what we can afford, while improving how we deliver projects for residents. The biggest change I would point out is on the renewal side with the introductions of levels of service. This is new and we didn't have this insight before. A lot of careful thought has gone into reprofiling projects to align with that level of service guidance. As Commissioner Rose mentioned, the level of service tells us what is the most fiscally responsible way to maintain our assets over time. We are not currently on that schedule. So this year, we've repositioned projects to start moving towards it. And we'll cover more on that coming up. Another major focus this year was how do we increase our delivery, represented by that percentage spend of our capital plan. Historically, our delivery rate has sat around 60%. We set plans, we fund them, and then we don't deliver everything because of delays, unforeseen issues, and other reasons. We want to do better, and we've looked at best practices from other municipalities and identified some early high-value steps. The first step that we are taking this year is looking at project groupings. We're going to group like projects together. For example, road renewal. If a project in that group, for example, started environmental work and then gets delayed, we found an archaeological site. We don't just sit there idle and let that money just slide away. In the next quarterly report to council, we would come to council and say, hey, project B is delayed for 2 years because we found an archaeological site. Here's the revised cash flow for project B and how we're gonna get that work done. But hey, we're gonna bring in this year project O. It's ready to tender. It's also road renewal work. We'd like to keep moving. So when one project pauses, another can move forward, keeping overall delivery to residents on track. The second thing we were going to do this year, looking at increasing our percentage spend, is to get a shovel-ready shelf. So what that means is we would take some larger projects and get shovel-ready. Get the design, get the environmental, get all the prep work done, and then put them up on the shelf. So when something unexpected happens, we can come back to council and say, Project X has been delayed. We want to pull Project Y off the shelf and deliver that this year instead. This won't eliminate delays entirely, but it will reduce their impact on how much cash is going out the door. Regions like York have used these practices for the last couple of years, and they're now achieving around 80% delivery of their capital plans. So we're on the right track to get to that level, and we will continue to improve over time. The last major change that I want to point out for this year relates to the pricing of large legacy type projects, which is closely impacted by the debt approach that we discussed earlier. On the chart shown on the slide, you can see we have many major big project spends across our 10-year plan. This year, we made a deliberate effort to look at staggering major design years, staggering major construction years, and avoid clustering all the major work at the front end of the plan. This was to help us spread our debt load responsibly, but it also helps staff maintain focus, ensuring these big projects get the attention they need for successful delivery. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, reprofiling was a major piece of work done this year, and it required a significant amount of effort across the organization. There were several pressures that contributed for the need for reprofiling. Delays. Projects can be delayed for a number of reasons, whether it's permitting, environmental funding, findings, utility conflicts, staffing capacity, or partner delays. We also looked at inflation. The longer a project is pushed out, the more expensive it becomes. So inflation compounds every year we wait. We also looked at coordination complexity. Each one of our projects requires extensive coordination. We coordinate across multiple departments inside the region. We work with area municipalities, with the police, and with the province. We manage our shared infrastructure, which often requires joint timing. And we need to be mindful of community engagement, ensuring residents know what's happening and when. All these moving parts add complexity and risk to every project in our capital program. So the reprofiling work this year was really about mitigating these pressures. We focused on prioritizing critical projects, improving coordination, and strengthening the regular monitoring across all departments. By doing this, we are able to strategically manage the backlog, ensuring we're minimizing long-term deterioration risk in our assets while still advancing the most important projects for residents. If I did an example here, if levels of service said a road should get a full reconstruction at a certain point, but we aren't really financially or operationally there yet, we might instead have chosen in this plan to do a shave and pave to extend the life of that road another 10 to 20 years. That might buy us time to get the right level of service aligned year for a full reconstruction with our area municipality partners and across departments. So that's the idea of what we're doing there. If you go to the next slide, the last thing I wanted to bring up from a financial perspective was just some context around tariffs. And to be very clear, our capital plans do not currently reflect any potential impact of tariffs. Tariffs are changing constantly, and they may remain a real source of uncertainty in our forecasting. To assess the level of risk that we might be taking on by not including a specific tariff markup, we used a tool provided to us by the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, which they developed in a partnership with Oxford Economics. So what this tool does is it takes our full capital program, all of our projects, and it asks what's the level of potential tariff exposure and how big could that risk be? The output of that assessment shows a potential exposure in 2026 of $21.5 million, or roughly 4% of our capital plan. Most of this risk is driven by vehicle-related costs, which makes sense given the exposure to aluminum tariffs and potential diesel-related tariffs. Looking forward, our plan is to continue to monitor tariffs closely over the next year. To date, in 2025, we have not seen any significant tariffs directly affecting our projects. So based on what we know today, we believe this level of risk, 4%, can be managed based on the contingencies already built into our capital plan. So at this point, we're not recommending adding a tariff markup, but to keep watching closely and to continue to update council if the environment changes. With that, I believe I'm turning to you, Chair Harris, for questions, noting that there is still deep dives to come on housing, LRT2, airport, roads, and waste.
Okay, well, let's get into a few here. Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, Chair. That was quite a few slides that we went through to get to where we are here for questions. All right. Looking at the slide 15, if we can pull that one up. Get to it here. So looking at this, you mentioned that the available funding needs for 2025 is the blue line. How are we getting from the need for, what do we have here? That's is that 300 million or is that, no, that's 3 million. What's that number there for that blue graph, that line on 25?
Are you speaking about the 2026 the bar?
Well, I'm looking at 2025. I'm going backwards for a second
sorry.
here. Yeah. So 2025, the blue bar there, it says available funds needed.
Yes.
Okay, and then 2026, it's a huge drop. What would be the reason for that need?
So this bar graph is a model, as I said, so it is difficult to explain. It is showing that at our current level of investment in our infrastructure, that we would need in 2025 that much, it would be that bar amount. But we don't, in terms of the state of our infrastructure. So like I had mentioned before, looking at the bars are not helpful in the discussion on the infrastructure needs. If you look at the black, green, and red, that will tell a better story because the blue bars are simply a modeling exercise done by the consultants. So the black line is what we have now that we're investing in our infrastructure. The red dotted line is what we would need to invest in our infrastructure every year if we wanted to ensure that we were getting the maximum life out of each asset. And then the green line is in the middle because a lot of, it's difficult to meet the red line requirements. So the green line is where people are, in municipalities are striving more towards.
Okay, this graph is really confusing, so I think maybe next time we'll get a different one. On this,
Yeah, through the chair, I'll try to help to articulate a little better. So really, the blue bars is just the timing of how right now we have it laid out in terms of when projects are coming. So that's where we would fund it. So it is a little confusing to have it on the same graph as the averages, But really, as Commissioner Rose said, it's the averages that tell us where the gap is. So on average, we're funding at that black level. And then we have that dotted line, which is the optimal level. And then that middle line, the green line, which is the performance level. So
if I'm hearing you correctly, it's the blue line. I know you say to ignore it, but you can't because it's right there. That blue line drops because we're moving projects out.
The blue bar, yeah, that's lined up to when projects are coming online. So you can see we have a significant 2025 project load, and then it drops in 26, 27, and it pops back up.
Okay. And then based on this, what we're saying here is if we have a funding gap over the next 10 years of $82.8 billion, each year that's $8.28 million, we are running short.
That's on average. So that's the key part to understand how we're running on average. We're not funding enough to maintain.
Okay, and I might be jumping ahead, but is there, oh, sorry.
On the number, it's 82 million per year. So it's 820 millions over the 10-year period.
Okay, I misheard. Okay, so it's $82 million a year we're short. So that being said, and I love the R word, revenue, is there any thoughts, and maybe I'm jumping ahead later on, you might cover this, is there any thoughts on infrastructure-wise or facility-wise where we can generate more revenue? And the reason I'm asking that is because there is, and we talked about it yesterday for transit, there's digital signs for advertisement we can put in high traffic areas. There is micro-generational projects that we can incorporate into our buildings to help with that. Are we looking at any of these things? Because for me, I've always said that yes, I'd like to pay for these things and have these things, but how are we going to do it? We can't keep running debt. I do not like that word. But I have to give you kudos to doing a 30-year term because that just makes sense. If the life of the project is 30 years, we can handle that over the life of the project. So I'm great that we're finally getting into that. And I have more questions later that I'll ask, but is there anything on the revenue side that we're looking at?
Through the chair to Councillor Gowing, I'll take a first stab at it, and then Wayne will fill in any gaps that I missed. So one of the key things for an asset management plan is an infrastructure strategy to support the asset management plan. So the asset management plan was a really good first step in identifying the infrastructure gap. Now that we know that, as a team, as teams, mine and Wayne's are working very closely together to come up with an infrastructure strategy to address that infrastructure gap. And that'll be work that we started thinking about this year and continuing on into next year. And I don't know if Commissioner Steffler has anything more to add on that.
Yeah, like, again, this is looking at existing assets. And so when we do this review, we'll be looking at all sorts of potential ways to fund this. Grants, obviously, is one that would come to mind. We will look at if there's our alternative revenue sources. Some of those, though, like when we're thinking of these assets, their roads, their buildings, they might not be suited for the ideal purpose for revenue generation. So potentially we could potentially develop a business case that could support that. But as we go through this process, we'll continue to try to find ways to mitigate it.
Okay, I'll let somebody else ask and I'll go back in the queue.
Peter, just going to perhaps chime in.
Yeah, certainly. Councillor Gallagher, I'd just also say we're going to talk about housing in a little bit, and my colleague Ryan is here. We'll be able to get into more details, but I can also say from a revenue perspective, even in our housing revitalization, we are looking at updated and new income mixes in terms of the revenue that those housing units will generate. So we absolutely do look at opportunities for revenue generation, and in particular in the housing space. However, they are important new mixes, both from a social perspective and a financial perspective, but they still don't get us to a place where, on social housing, for example, that it would dramatically increase, the revenue to offset some of these significant challenges that we have.
A dollar's a dollar.
Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Through the chair, in the top 10-year capital pie chart, which I think is on page 160 of the agenda, it shows the social services portion as shrinking. I don't know how that's possible or realistic. Can someone explain the logic behind it for me?
So I think you're referring to, sorry, through you, Chair. We're pulling up the slide now. So what you're saying is that the portion that is community services, the blue bar is shrinking between the 1 year and the 10-year spend.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you for letting me clarify that. So the two pie charts, so one is showing just the next year's spend. And what I would say is next year we have significant housing investment going on, which is increasing the total percentage. Over the 10 years of the spend, that percentage just decreases as later years have more, for example, LRT2 and other generational projects that help just change the weighting. So it's not necessarily a decrease in spend, it's just over the 10 years, the weighting changes.
Thank you.
No worries.
Councillor Urbanovich.
Thanks very much, and thanks to staff for the presentation. I have a few questions, and obviously the infrastructure gap is a big concern, and I know it's part of the reason why Chair Redmond and the other heads of council around the Horseshoe do a lot of advocacy with the provincial and federal governments around the need for a new fiscal arrangement, because the capital challenges that we're all facing are significant, not to mention some of the operational realities. I want to focus on the housing piece first for a moment. And so we're looking at delaying some of the housing projects for the time being because of things like our debt levels and so on. I'm wondering why we're treating housing, though, the same as some of the other capital assets and the loans that might and the debt that might have to go with them. And I say that because when it comes to housing, we have an asset that is not uniquely municipal, and quite frankly, could be sold if that was, the decision of a future council. So it's in many ways different than things like, an airport runway or a paramedic station or things like that that are assets. And so I'm just wondering why we're treating that debt the same. And is there, are there alternatives to look at?
Thanks, Councillor Urbanovich. If I could you hold off on that question? There's about 4 or 5 slides that are coming next, and I'm going to do a bit of a deep dive in the entire housing portfolio and some of the unique challenges and opportunities and risks that are coming with that. If you would be willing to hold off for 10, 15 minutes?
Yep.
That would be great.
Happy to hold off on that piece.
Okay.
I will, though, move into my other question, which had to do where you looked at the overall debt-funded projects over the next 10 years. And I see that the Public Safety Communication Center is 172 million of that, 150 of which is in 27 and 28. Is my reading correct that in using that debt at such high amounts for a very expensive project is keeping us from being able to take debt for some of our other projects, like public housing, as an example?
Yeah, through the chair. So that's part of that modeling that we did this year, where we set a capacity limit. So in that sense, yes, it's contributing to that, which means we have less debt for other projects.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful information. I'll wait for my other question then, because there was a part two, Mr. Sweeney, to the housing one, but I'll wait for it until then.
Matthew, do you want to chime in?
Sorry, through you, Chair, maybe to respond without a departmental specific response to your first question, at a high level, debt is debt. And so when we add all, regardless of the nature of the asset, whether it's liquid or not, when we incur debt and the criteria for long-term debt sustainability, and they all add up in the same way. So $1 of debt for housing or $1 of debt for roads, in a given year, the risk it creates to be able to both issue that debt and our general kind of solvency criteria are the same regardless of that, what the nature of that debt might be.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying, and I get it, debt is debt. I will also say that, when you deal with financial institutions as an example, they view capital asset debt very differently than operating revolving fund debt. And they're much more concerned about the first and much less concerned about the second, because they can, potentially put it on the market, if the maximum debt of a building is 60 or 70% of its value, they know that their debt is protected, so there's less risk there. I guess where I'm going with, and I'll put the question out there now, Mr. Sweeney, so you can think about it, is some municipalities have gone the route of a municipal housing corporation. And so, my question would be, have we looked at that? Is that something that we should consider? And would that change and reprofile the debt, allowing us to move forward on housing projects and not necessarily impact our overall debt structure in the same way? Go ahead, Wayne. And so I don't need the answer now, but I'm just putting it out there so you can think about it by the time you get to your housing presentation.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, we'll wait for the housing aspect, but just to be clear, the debt we're looking at, it's all capital debt. There's no element in here of supporting operating. It's all capital debt that we're looking at. And part of how we did this balancing in terms of getting to right-sizing debt, we did look at past expenditure levels to give us a bit of a target for areas to work on and bring that forward. So that's a bit of how we distributed that debt between the various areas, but that's open for debate and discussion.
Councilor McCabe.
Thank you. And my question isn't about the housing stuff, but just because Councilor Verbanovic was just discussing it, I just wanted to touch, and for your upcoming presentation, Commissioner Sweeney, we did have, was it 2 weeks ago, Councilor Rodriguez's motion that we all passed around, like, taking a look at, what should we look at in our capital project? With, I understood, was the idea of trying to see if we could go forward with those projects because housing is so critically important. In my opinion, versus, like a new road or expanding a road or something, like we needed to weigh, like, what is our priority at this point in time? But we'll leave that to the housing discussion, but just, we do have that motion out there, and hopefully that's going to be part of what you talk about, Peter. But a couple of my questions are around, the $20 million, thank you for trying to quantify how much that impact to the interest rates that the additional interest we're going to have to pay on the interest-free DCs. That is a significant, that's like a nearly 4% impact to our levy going forward, that with that provincial change that we're not allowed to, that we can't collect DCs until building occupancy and, floating that debt on our own reserves for 2 years or more. $20 million, that's a significant impact. So thank you for sharing that. And it does frustrate me that, we do hear the provincial government saying about, we're not raising any taxes. It's like, no, you're not, because we're having to do it. Like, we're taking the brunt of this. But but thinking of, like, you said 2026, the plan for the funding's in place. But does this mean that in 2027 and forward, that we need to start thinking about, like, road expansions, new roads, new water and wastewater infrastructure from 2027 on? We'll have to think about delaying those? Like, will road rehabilitation continue, like something that already exists versus something that's new?
So through you, Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor McCabe. So what you're commenting on there, so our RDC funding, when we collect it, it sits in a reserve and then we use it to deliver our growth projects. So there's no risk as far as our best estimates right now to 2026 or 2027. Yeah. If we get beyond that and we continue to see lower collections and we continue to see if we're getting into cash flow issues with collection dates, that sort of thing, that's where we would be coming back to council, reassigning where our debt is, looking at maybe bringing our debt more to some of these growth projects, or we could be looking at reprofiling at that time. But I do believe we're a couple years away from knowing the true impact.
Okay, but we really need to be thinking, and I appreciate you sharing this with us now, because we really do need to be thinking certainly beyond just this year and next year. And just in terms of the unsecured projects that you discussed, who determined which projects would be deemed as under that category? Like, what criteria was used? And I guess really what I'm concerned about is the type of projects in there. There's transit vehicles, transit expansion, housing projects. Those are things that really have a material impact on, we talk a lot around this horseshoe about, and in this chamber, about the affordability and the need to provide good public services. And I believe we all care about those things, of course, but I'm just concerned of the types of projects that are being suggested here, because these are, again, transit expansion, housing projects versus, something like new roads. It's like how and who is prioritizing these things?
So I'll start and then I'll phone a friend as we go here. So through you, Chair. It's a great question. So what I would say is, as we talked about, our overall process around capital planning this year was we set each area up to review their own area. So they brought in their master plans, they brought in their renewal at levels of service. They said, what can we do on each year? What is the best things for us? And we prioritized inside each portfolio what they thought the most important things to move forward were. And that included looking at risks, that included looking at community impact, that includes looking at what we can actually deliver, what's best positioned to deliver. It also, for some of the unsecured, we looked at where will we have a potential of getting other funding sources, and it wanted to prioritize those ones more to unsecured. At the end of the day, the key deciding factor is what is in the plan that is funded is what we staff believe is the most important things to deliver for our residents. And what is marked as unfunded is very important work. Absolutely, but it's currently the where we felt the best as to minimize our risk to residents.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor McCabe, maybe I can add a bit more because you specifically mentioned transit. And so, again, what we're doing in the transit capital budget is maintaining all replacement buses. Those are accounted for in there, and our risk comes on expansion buses. And so it's not a small risk. We're planning 76 buses between 2027 and 2035. However, when you look at the profile of all of the opportunities in our capital program, there are funding streams for transit and specifically for transit buses. And so I am a lot more comfortable putting that into that across all of our various portfolios, knowing that the Canadian Permanent Transit Fund is there. We've got an ask-in already in our application for those replacement buses. So we'll know before that pressure hits if we've got a funding source or not. And obviously, if we don't, then we come back here and have that discussion about prioritization. But I'm pretty confident on that one, which is why, when the team looks at it as a group, I say, actually, I think we're okay on that one for now. We've got an opportunity to find funding for transit expansion. as an example.
Okay, thank you for that. And so then if I may, Chair, just a follow-up question to that. So then, based on that explanation, then are we, or was the thought from staff that the housing projects particularly would go on this list because really that's a provincial and or federal responsibility, and we have been carrying a huge amount of responsibility and debt, and we've put a lot of money into this as the region, so that now we're saying if we pull these out, we are sort of clearly saying we can't move these forward unless we get funding from upper levels of government. Is that part of the reason those are on there?
So the short answer is yes, and I'll get to some of that in the in my comments, but I think maybe Wayne wants to talk about it more generally.
Yeah, so really, when you see how this capital budget evolved, we had existing projects and we have that pay-as-you-go policy for renewal. So that underlies a lot of how we prioritize this, trying to reduce the amount of debt on those projects. I think really a lot of these ones that you're seeing now that had debt and now are unsecured were projects that came through many of the master plans that were presented. And I think there was kind of two things there. There was this idea that we needed to get the project shovel ready so that you're able to secure funding and then pursue funding at other levels. And so the default at that time was we put some of these into debt, but how we've reprofiled it now is we're designating a lot of those projects as unsecured funding. So it's very clear where we're at, and then we have a much more clear understanding of where we're at with debt capacity.
Okay, thanks very much. I got a couple other questions, but I'll go back in the queue. Thank you.
Please do. That'd be great. Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I want to start by thanking staff for this really great overview of the capital program. And also on a very specific note, the work towards increasing our % complete of the capital program each year. I think that's a really great effort for us to work towards, and shows the community that we're actually delivering on the capital plan every year. So I think that's really, really, really excellent. It's a couple of like really nitpicky questions. So on transit, in terms of vehicle additions, so it says on the unfunded slide, it says it's unsecured funding, but then on slide 20, starting in 2028, it's also showed as a top debt funded project. Could you just clarify that?
Yeah, I'll take that through you, Chair. So unsecured is additions. So if we need to grow our network and bring in more trains or buses, that is currently unsecured. What is secured or included in the debt load is ensuring that we have replacements for our current service levels. So any buses hitting end of life, hitting the 14 years, we will replace them, even if that takes using our debt capacity.
So I understand that. Table 20 says additions, GRT vehicle additions, conventional on slide 20, and then slide 19 says vehicle additions transit. So maybe there's just a word, maybe it should be replacement instead of addition. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding that.
I think I understand. I think I know. I'm going to take a stab at it. Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Are you referring to the fleet vehicle charging stations on slide 19, and then you're looking at the GRT vehicle additions on slide 20? Because those are two separate things.
So slide 19, the last bullet says that vehicle additions for transit is an unsecured funding item. And then on slide 20, row 3, it says GRT vehicle additions conventional is a debt-funded project.
So through the chair, there's some missing words.
Okay.
But I definitely appreciate the question, Councilor Rodriguez, just so we can be totally clear. What's showing in the debt-funded projects is our conventional buses to meet volume increases of population growth, not to expand our service. So it's just a contextual thing.
Ooh,
so we
okay.
don't have the capacity to expand service. We have put in our plan the ability to keep pace with volume growth with conventional buses only.
Okay, understood. I think, no, and I think that's helpful context. But perhaps that could be clarified going forward, because I think that's an important distinction, and kind of threw me off. Another question, just on slide 20, East Side Land sanitary servicing. Could you just clarify what that is? That related to the airport works, or is that broader development in Breslau, or of the East Side Lands? Who's going to draw the straw?
Yeah, thank you for the question, through you, Chair Harris. So my understanding is that that is related to the connection to from the Freeport Creek pumping station to the Kitchener wastewater treatment facility. However, am I wrong on that? Somebody tell me? Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure on that.
All good. Okay, no, that's helpful. And then over to slide 23, just on the Kitchener Central Transit Hub. So that's showing as a $162 million project for us. Could you just confirm if that any provincial or federal dollars would be on top of that?
Through you, Chair, Councillor, thank you for the question. So that number includes two agreements. One of them is confirmed. It's a transfer payment agreement from the Ministry of Transportation to ourselves and Metrolinx. And the second one is an application to the federal government, which is not yet confirmed. Together, they account for, I think it's 90% of the project cost you see there. So once we have the second one confirmed, we'll be able to give a full report on the status of Kitchener Central in terms of financing that project.
So it's safe to say portions of that 162
absolutely yes
are non-regional.
Correct.
Okay. That's great.
Sorry, just to add on for clarity, if anyone's interested in seeing how that unfolds in the preliminary plan capital, the funding for those is included below as provincial funding. So you can see in the way that it's documented, and I can show you that after if that's helpful.
No, that's very helpful. And let me just take a quick look at my notes. I think that's it for now. Thank you for that insight. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Chair Redmond.
I just really want to commend staff on the nimbleness and in the context that you've presented this, and my colleagues for great questions. A lot of them have been answered. I just want to go back to the lag in RDCs and receipt. So if we've depleted our reserve and we still have to put in infrastructure, would that just go on the tax levy? How would we, or would we issue debt if the need for infrastructure outweighs the money that we have for RDCs?
So through the chair, thank you for the question. So if we are running dry in our reserves and we have growth-related projects to do, that is where we would put in our plan that we would be issuing RDC debt with the hopes of collecting in the future. We have kind of an offset that we're hoping will work out for us with the collection delay. Because we are doing a new background study right now, we expect our rates will go up when we have an updated background study. So the potential of updated rates might help us offset some of that delay. There's just so many factors impacting that, which is why we've set up a deliberate monitoring system every quarter going forward as we see the changes come through for delay occupancy, for new development charge background study. We're going to have to see where everything weights out. But the idea would be if we don't have money in our reserves, we would be looking for debt related to RDCs that we would collect through RDCs. That debt does still count towards our total debt limit. So our ceiling is inclusive of RDC and regular debt. So we're really hoping that we can avoid that potential. Thank you.
But if we don't achieve that potential, it would go on the levy as debt servicing?
So through the chair, if we had to issue more RDC debt, we do pay that off with our future RDC collections. And the other option is if we don't issue RDC debt and we decide to pull from our reserves, that would end up on the levy and the rates. So depending on what project we're delivering, if it's a water project, it would go through the rates, and if it's a tax levy project, through the tax levy. Our goal is to avoid that.
Me too. Thank you for that. I love the nimbleness, and I love the fact that we're looking to be shovel ready. If, in its wisdom, council wants to move capital projects around, at what point do we say, well, if we move X up, B has to slide backwards? Like, how does that give and take work as we move forward, given that there's an overall context for capital investment?
Through the chair to the chair, I think the easiest answer for that is because we have this affordability debt ceiling that we've all worked with together through the Capital Steering Committee and as commissioners, we really have a cap, total cap on the funding that we have for certain projects. So depending on how projects are funded, if council wanted to move a project forward, we'd essentially have to take a project out with the same funding that project that was moved forward in. So, for instance, if it's a water project that's funded by RDCs and rates, we'd need to look at a similar project that was funded the same way, and that's the same with taxes and the tax levy as well, and any grants too might be associated with the project. So it would be a very careful exercise that council would have to work with staff on, because there's many different funding sources. Well, not many, there's three essentially, which is debt, reserves, and grants. So it's a careful exercise.
I appreciate that. And what had happened during the budget process if that's when the project was moved?
So through the chair, it could happen through the budget process, but I think it would take quite a bit of staff time to do the analysis required to move the projects, because all of the projects are incredibly important for either growth or renewal of our infrastructure, which translates into delivery of service. So I think it would be a very difficult exercise to move a project forward and then decide which one then is not going forward, because then it could impact another project that's equally as important to council.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for the presentation and for the strategic way you're looking at the long-term ability to deliver these capital projects and the financing. It doesn't keep me awake at night, but I think of it during the day. This slide that you presented to us a number of weeks ago about what the long-term debt is and how we have to be cautious of that. And I think that's important in this conversation, that council considers to remember that green part of the graph. My question is related to the RDCs, and it picks up a bit on what the chair was asking. I think it's on slide 18. With LTD exemptions, the deferral payments, do we have an idea of what the cost to the region might be on an annual basis going forward with that? I don't think you mentioned that, did you, or that I missed it?
Through the chair, we do not have an annual estimate on what the long-term care exemption is going to cost the region. It would be dependent on the applications that come forward over time. That is something we could do some background history on, but we have not done that work at this point. Overall, the bigger impact to us is definitely the building delay like the collection to occupancy delay is much bigger impact to us. For sure.
And you don't have an estimate on that either, or what the interest would be that we're not able to charge that anymore either?
So the most, the estimate I provided around the RDC collection delay on the occupancy is about 21.5 million. And that is looking historically at people who have come in and delayed and paid interest to delay their payment. So that's kind of our most conservative estimate. Best estimate I can put forward is it could be about a 21.5 million annual delay for the next 2 years while we catch up.
You know, it becomes a significant amount. That's another, you know, what did we hear a couple of weeks ago? We're short $220 million in transfers that come for community health services and public health. So it's just another 21. So now we're up to $250 million. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Foxon.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I think you've done an excellent job, folks. Just one comment. We look at our capital budget every 6 months because grants come up and we can shift projects or whatever, but that takes some work for staff. So being aware of this rather than just yearly, we should really consider that. And seeing what opportunities have come up to allow us to shift something that was put off because there wasn't funding that we got funding for. And I think staff do that probably sort of behind the scenes and don't always tell us, but and that's okay. But the capital forecast is a fluid document. That's the first thing I say to my council. It is not hard and fast. Things change as funding comes up or as situations happen. So it is a fluid document, and it does take a bit of work to make that change, but that's the part of the process. And that's why it's a 10-year capital forecast. It is fluid. Thank you.
Back to Councillor Gowing.
Thank you, Chair. I liked on on slide 23, the capital plan, the new approach. Are we taking the approach in being proactive instead of reactive when it comes to our facilities as well? I'm talking more of the upkeep and things like that, because I know if we maintain our buildings, it will stretch out the life of it, but I'm just wondering if we are doing that or are we just waiting for something to happen and fixing it when it does? I'm just curious that way. Because it says a new approach, I'm just wondering.
So through the chair to Councillor Gowing, the way we approach facilities at the moment, due to the funding that we have now, is we are responding mostly. The preventive maintenance that we're doing is mostly on the health and safety related work, like fire alarms. That kind of thing, for example, and then we're responding to emergencies.
Okay, and then, so this new approach is going to be a proactive then?
Through the chair to the councillor, we would like to be proactive now, but due to the funding that we have available for facilities at the moment, we're not able to do that.
Okay, and looking at the budget reserves when it comes to that, I know each department has a facility budget itself. Is the facilities department actually able to use those? Because I'm very interested to know why they're under each department. If it's a facilities reserve, why it's under each department, because the facilities should be able to have those funds in their buckets, not each department, if something happens.
Yeah, so through the chair, and Nicole would like to follow up. So the way that it works right now, and we are actually looking at that very thing that you've mentioned, which I think is what Nicole is going to talk about, is facilities has a facilities maintenance budget within the facilities business unit, which they draw upon for corporate buildings that are shared for the most part. And then each of the program areas that occupy a building just for themselves, and I'll pick on transit, for instance, the Northfield Transit Center also has a maintenance budget. So facilities does use that maintenance budget that's in with Northfield, but the people at Northfield who work there can also use that maintenance budget for items that that they've identified as well. So it's a little complicated right now, and I believe that, and we did identify that well, actually a couple of years ago through the budget, but we found a mechanism now that I believe Nicole is going to speak about.
Thanks, Commissioner Rose, for letting me add on. I wanted to talk about like the why it's in each budget contributing to the reserve. So today, in order to do our ministry claim process, we are using the specific funding in each area to do the claim. So that's why the flow through of the facilities and the facilities reserve savings are spread all throughout the budget. We are looking at, through finance modernization, how do we align the dollars in the budget to the person who's responsible for delivering the work that those dollars are meant to do. So how can we clarify kind of like resource ownership and delivery, but at the same time get that output of what does it cost to do a service, where are we actually spending money on community versus on health, those sorts of issues. So that is a key priority for my team in the next year, and we're working hard at it.
Perfect. That's what I like to know. Yeah, I just want to say this was great information and very easy. Some slides, I should say, were easy to follow. Some of the graphs need to be reworked. But no, overall, this is great. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Huenick.
Thank you, Chair. My question is with respect to renewal of transit vehicles in the plan. Director Neal, when you were speaking about this, you mentioned that it was conventional vehicles only. Can someone please clarify for me the renewal plan for specialized vehicles?
Through your chair, absolutely. So, Councillor Huenick, as you know, we maintain a fleet of over 300 conventional buses and just over 30 Mobility Plus vehicles. We do have an accounting for the Mobility Plus vehicles in our baseline funding for the Canadian Permanent Transit Fund. So along with the Metro Region Agreement, where we seek additional funding for things like conventional bus expansion and rapid transit to Cambridge, we do have a baseline funding amount that covers off the Mobility Plus vehicles, so they are covered.
Thank you. And if I remember correctly, Commissioner Spinner, last year or this year, you mentioned that there was a special pot of money from the province specifically for conventional specialized vehicles. Is that now gone? Can you speak to that at all?
Yep, through your chair. So I don't remember what funding program we were talking about at that point, Councillor, but I do know the CPTF funding is the new one. And off the top of my head, I believe that baseline funding amount is somewhere in the neighborhood of $13 or $14 million annually.
Okay, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, one question and one comment on the question back to slide 23 as well on the Maple Grove project. I know when this came for tender back in the spring, there was a deferral of, there was a future flyover or a ramp component to the roundabout that was part of that at the time. Can you just confirm if that portion of the work is in the 2027 to 2032 year?
Through the chair, I'm looking for my Director of Design and Construction, but I think he's just stepped out for a second, so could we?
I'll hold that. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. All good. And I think I just wanted to pick up on a comment that Councillor Verbanovic made earlier. And I think it's really important for the community to understand that 30% of our top debt-funded projects, as shown on slide 20 here, are for two really large police projects, the Public Safety Communications Center and the Training Facilities Expansion. And so when we're talking about deferring several housing projects and several other infrastructure projects, I think it's important for all of us to keep in mind that reality, and that, especially on the Public Safety Communications Center, including the fact that there is intentions to roll in some of the provincially funded paramedic communications portions of it, I would really hope that some of that would be funded by upper levels of government as a shared facility, as they operate the current communications center, and it's their responsibility. And so I think it's just really important for us to be aware of as we head into the next portion of the conversation on housing and into the budget. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councilor Rabanovich.
Thanks. Two quick things. There was, Ms. Neal, earlier you referenced the fact that we're doing the development charge study. And when is that slated to come back to council?
Through the chair, I believe it's late 2026.
Okay. I only flag that, you know, obviously the numbers are what the numbers are, and council will then need to consider that and look at that going forward. But just the reference that, you know, it's likely going to go up kind of was a red flag for me, and I just want to say that publicly at this time, at a time when, you know, there's pressure for us to lower development charges from the public, from industry, from other orders of government. I think we need to be cognizant of that as staff consider that study and what perhaps is included in it or not going forward. The other thing I wanted to just touch on briefly, there were some comments made around, you know, council perhaps either making changes to the capital budget. And while I don't underestimate the amount of work that's gone into preparing this, and change potentially is difficult, ultimately this is council's time to deal with the budget that's before us. And if council feels that certain things are more of a priority than others, then we're going to need to collectively together work through that. And you know, I don't think as we look at the budget and look at trying to perhaps make some changes, I don't think we should be discouraged from it. We need to be aware of the work that's involved in doing that, but this is also council's one and only time to do that. And so I just wanted to make that comment. Thanks.
Councilor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just could you go back to slide 11, please, whoever's got the... So a couple of questions, but I'll ask one while I'm waiting to see the slide again. You've referenced a couple of times about policies that are in place that are leading to, you know, staff needing to make certain decisions or certain recommendations and things like that. And I'm just curious, are there some policies that we maybe need to be reviewing to help us with some of this? I don't mean like right today, where you have to deal with budget 2026, but looking into in 2026, like I know last year there was a question around, you know, 30-year amortization and things like that, and that's great. It's being utilized in that. So I'm just wondering if there are policies that we should be taking a look at.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, of course. We'll, you know, part of what we're doing as we work through the bias and capital planning process, taking a real good look at reserves and the reserve policies, we will be coming across items that we'll want to, I'm certain that we'll want to update and get approval from council. So as we go through that, you will see various things come forward in that realm.
Okay, thanks. And thanks for pulling up, thanks for that, Wayne. And then with respect to what's on slide 11, I'm just curious, what does bias in capital planning project mean? What does that?
So through the chair to Councillor McCabe, thank you for that question. It's actually a project we're really proud of doing in my department, of course, with support from all of the other members of the team who developed the capital plan. So this was born out of two things. One is we wanted a way and a mechanism, to your point, a policy, a council-approved policy to prioritize projects corporately across the organization. So right now, each program area prioritizes its projects, and then we come together and this year, because of our capital steering committee, we had a conversation which led to these unsecured projects that are coming forward. But next year, we want to bring to council a policy for approval on how we prioritize projects corporately. So, this is I forget which councillor spoke to, who decides that a housing project is more important than a...
I did.
That was you, sorry. Okay. So that's exactly what this policy is going to do. So the second piece of this policy is around bias. So through our READY work and our READY team, we were able to make use of some funds that they had for doing review of processes and policies to see if there's inherent bias built into our policies. We all have unconscious bias, so how was it that was influencing or not influencing the decisions we were making around the capital plan? So that's where the bias in capital planning is coming from. So the consultant we have right now is reviewing all of our processes and how we do things and the decisions and how we make things, and coming up with a list of what they're seeing and recommendations around that, so that when we do bring this policy back to council, it's not only going to include the normal things like climate, the different type of prioritization. Does it support climate goals? Does it support strategic plan? It's also going to say, does it support equity or equitable services in service delivery in our capital plan? So it's a really exciting piece of work that we're really, I can't say more excited too many times, but it's like we're really excited to bring this back to council, hopefully in Q1 of next year, so that we can use it to help us guide the conversation around the 2027 capital plan. It may not be fully baked, and because we're new to it, we might need to make some tweaks along the way, but it's certainly going to be a very important tool to look at prioritization corporately, and also to making sure we're delivering equitable services equitably.
That's fantastic. I'm glad I asked that question. I mean, that's kind of what was inherently at my previous question or comment about like who decides what and which projects. So that's great. I look forward to hearing about that and some of the other policies. So thanks for that explanation, and thanks for your obvious interest and passion for that. My last question was just kind of picking up on Councillor Rodriguez's comment about the communications center. And I have asked in presentations about this, and I haven't, and I'll ask the chief when he's here next week, I think it is, because I haven't really gotten a fulsome answer. It's like the initial cost of that project, from when I first heard about it to then when I had a presentation about it a year later, the cost nearly doubled. So I really think we need to better understand. Like, I know the technology and that involved in this is really high tech, and it's very complex communications and services that they want to run out of here. And I know, I think it makes a lot of sense to collaborate and to bring these services together. I just am really concerned about the fact that this has doubled in price. So I'm really curious about if staff have any insight into what happened over the past year, like what changed in the project to take it from, I think it was initially about 70 million to now it's about 160. Thanks.
Through the chair, I will ask that you delay your question to when the chief of police is here on November 26th. They have a great story as to the details behind that. I don't want to represent on their behalf.
Okay. Because they didn't when we talked about it a few months ago. So I think that's really important. And just a quick comment about the DC thing. You know, we are sitting here talking about all the pressures we have and all the changes that provincial policy has made that has put an incredible amount of pressure on our property tax levy, including, an additional potentially 20 million because of a change of when we can collect DCs and things like that. So yes, I fully appreciate that we're in a very precarious time for the development community, but we're also, as a region and municipalities, because we're facing this at the city of Waterloo, also really struggling with funding the programs and services that we know the community has asked for repeatedly. So yes, I realize that. I realize that they are looking for not having increases in that, but I think we really need to think carefully about that, because it's one of the few sources of funding that we have, and we know that it funds. I mean, we've just gone through a list of capital projects that are DC funded. Our hands are tied until the province and the federal government are willing to go through a full fiscal review to really look at who funds what, how we're funded as municipalities. This is what we're left with. So we can only work with the tools we have until they come to the table. And we've been asking for this for 20 years. I haven't been sitting here for 20 years, but others have been, and we know we've been asking for this for 20 years. It's really time to have that conversation.
Thank you, Councilor
Thank you for letting me editorialize.
Yes, I was itching to get in there. With that, we're going to take a 10-minute recess break till 11:20, colleagues. We'll come back and we'll do a housing deep dive, and then we're going to actually break for lunch at 12:30. We do have that, I think it's an Amber Alert trial at 12:50, so we'll go and break for lunch at 12:30. There's no victim in this case. It's just a trial run or what have you. So 10 minutes to 11:20, we'll be back, and we'll start it in the Okay, colleagues, we're going to resume the capital discussion if you want to take to your seats. Thank you, Councillor Hunick. I'll be for sure to put you in the queue first for being that way. Okay, so we'll resume with the housing deep dive, and I'll turn that over to Peter. Peter, over to you. Commissioner Sweeney, thank you.
With the break, you'd think I'd be ready. Hang on, sorry. Good morning, Regional Council, and thank you for the opportunity. I guess before we just jump in here, I'd like to take the opportunity just to thank Regional Council for their ongoing support of our efforts in housing and homelessness around this council, but also out in the community. I also appreciate the early interest in this topic and look forward to walking you through some information. This is coming on the heels of some information we shared with council about this time last year and 2 subsequent reports throughout 2025, and sort of just trying to connect, as Councillor Shantz would say, connect the dots on the challenges and opportunities that exist before us. I also want to acknowledge that at a staff level and at a community level, we remain committed to both the necessity and the ambition that underpins the Building Better Futures effort. However, we are at a stage where the landscape has somewhat shifted, and as public servants, it is our job to bring to you, our elected body, updated information, context, and an overview of opportunities, risks to develop a path forward. So today we have some important context. If we go to the next slide, please. We have some important context to share relating to options available to you to consider regarding the Waterloo Regional Housing Revitalization Plan. Today's presentation builds on the update you received at Community and Health Services Committee on November 4th and follows a number of reports that I referenced earlier this year. 3 development projects under the Waterloo Regional Housing Master Plan Revitalization Plan are underway. Kings Court in Waterloo and Wilson Avenue are actually nearing completion, with occupancy anticipated in the coming weeks. Langs in Cambridge has an anticipated occupancy later in 2027, and these sites will continue or will provide hundreds of much-needed affordable places for people to call home and will involve additional overall community benefit. We hope to see you at the grand openings and scheduled tours that will be coming to your attention shortly. But today's focus is on the final 3 projects within this plan. Those include Moorgate, Cortland Shelley, and 140 Weber. This presentation and the report before you outline the financial context and outline a potential path forward to balance the community's ongoing and deep need for affordable housing on one hand, and the impact of debt servicing costs on the region in general and the housing department in particular. Can I have the next slide, please? This is a slide I hope you all recognize. This is the overview of the continuum of housing across our community, and in particular points to the 3 pillars of the work that this organization, this level of government, and the community focuses on related to supporting people across this continuum. These include the plan to end chronic homelessness, which focuses on homelessness, emergency shelters, and supportive housing. The overall Building Better Futures plan, which covers the gamut. And then today specifically, we are talking about what's in that green bar, which is the Waterloo Regional owned assets within the Building Better Futures. Our local solutions, including the plan to end chronic homelessness, the revitalization plan, and Building Better Futures, work together to support movement along this continuum, providing a range of options needed for households to access affordable housing. The Waterloo Region Housing Revitalization Plan was initially approved in 2019 to address the capital repair needs of our aging building stock and to provide at least 600 net new units on existing regional-owned sites. I'd like to point out that that represents 25% of the overall Building Better Futures target of 2,500, which would remain in, as from our plan, in public hands. This plan was created with both our existing and future tenants in mind, as it has played a significant part in helping us achieve the goals of the Building Better Futures program, and has and will continue to play an important role in achieving the strategic directions and objectives of Homes for All and our Growing with Care strategic plan. Now, over 5 years into implementation of this plan, we find ourselves in an environment that has shifted greatly, where the undertaking the redevelopment of the final 3 projects at Moorgate, Cortland Shelley, and Weber will have a significant impact on the region's broader capital program and its financial sustainability, and in particular, specifically the debt servicing costs related to these 3 regional projects and the overall housing budget. Can I have the next slide, please? There's a lot of math here, so I'm going to just touch on the highlights, or a lot of numbers, I mean. The funding of the pie chart, you can see that 50% of this plan is funded by debentures, with 30% of the remaining funding for Cortland Shelley and 140 Weber as listed as unsecured financing, as you heard earlier from my colleague Nicole. There is a CMHC grant, which we acknowledged in our earlier report. It represents 3% of the total and 6% of Moorgate's overall cost. Next slide, please. This slide shows the annual debt servicing costs and highlights the significant challenge and debt that will be incurred from these final 3 projects. The rationale to consider delaying 140 Weber and Shelley Cortland achieves a savings of roughly $11 million in annual debt servicing, and the percentage of the levy shown on the right-hand side correlates to the 2025 budget as a baseline. So for example, Moorgate in purple, which is our largest project within this plan, would represent debt servicing costs of $20 million, which at this point would equate to a 4% levy impact. I'd also like to point out that the overall debt servicing that you can see, the approximately $35 million per year at its peak, would represent 21% of the overall housing and homelessness budget. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the risks and mitigations. The path proposed is not one without risk or consequence, as detailed in the report, but is one that we feel at the moment potentially achieves the balance between our ambitions in providing more affordable homes faster and also under the current financial structures or constraints. The context and decision points outlined for you today propose a path forward that aims to balance both the need for affordable housing and that fiscal responsibility. And specifically, as you can see, the current capital plan proposes a delay of the Moorgate project by up to 1 year with continuation of site preparation work. It would provide us the opportunity to come back to council as directed by a motion back in November with some considerations on how to move that forward. And we would continue with the pre-development work for both Cortland Shelley, for Cortland Shelley, but delay that to 2030 and further delay the Weber Street funding from 2026 to 2030. And again, that project at this moment would be funded through what we would call unsecured funding. I missed a point. That's fine. This is the plan that is currently in the proposed 2026 to 2036 budget. We are open here today for comments, questions, and feedback. I guess I would also, just like to close, and then I'll just jump directly to Councillor Urbanovic's question, given he asked it earlier around the Housing Corp. So it is certainly, Councillor, something that is actually on our radar, and we're looking at. The question will ultimately come down to are there other governance and sort of organizational structures that would allow us to access capital at a different rate. So it's certainly something that we can and continue to look at. There are examples in Toronto and Calgary, Service Corps. One of the potential questions we have to ask is if it remains an arm's length organization, how does that affect the balance sheet, if it does at all? And so I think there are models that we can continue to explore, and we'll certainly do that. So with that, I will happily open it up to questions. But before I do, I just want to acknowledge I've got a couple of colleagues here from our housing team, Ryan and Amy in particular, and a number of our staff who are following along. This has been important and valuable work to a dedicated team of regional staff and community partners. And as I opened up with, our hope is to continue to meet both the necessity and the ambition of building better futures in a way that we can do so responsibly. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And that we have some. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I have a couple of comments and then a question that follows that. I think a major source of inequity in Ontario is our provincial government's unwillingness to assume responsibility for social housing, as is common to all other provinces in Canada. For this reason, I'm feeling very nervous about delaying any housing projects even for a year, because as has been noted in previous staff reports, there are 10,000 households on the housing waiting list currently, and that number grows by 150 households per year. That means if we don't continue to build more than that amount each year, we will continue to be behind the 8 ball. The return on investment for creating more housing is reduced shelter costs, reduced security costs, and overall better quality of life for everyone and better community and place to belong. And so for that reason, I think it is pertinent to consider a special short-term levy that would be named after housing infrastructure in particular, both to get housing built faster now and also to send the message to the province again that municipalities, regional governments cannot assume the cost of social housing. I find it funny and ironic that the cost of Moorgate, $20 million, is also the cost of delayed DCs that we have to absorb in the coming years. So with that, Director Neal, could you please explain for the benefit of my colleagues what would be involved in creating a short-term levy and what various impacts would occur?
So through the chair to Councillor Hunick, thank you very much for the question. So as education or background for council, what Councillor Hunick is proposing is an additional levy on top of what we're talking about today at our 4.94% or staying under 5%. If this levy was approved, any money collected for it would go specifically into a reserve to forward housing projects and to defer or to reduce the debts needed to complete those projects. So that is the idea on the table.
And Commissioner Sweeney, could you clarify the percentage of the levy that would be needed to secure the projects that are currently insecure in our current program? Or maybe that's Director Neal's.
If we could just do some math, Councillor Hunick, and come back to you, that would be great. Okay, thank you.
I have a much simpler question in the meanwhile that I know you know the answer to. Yesterday, I asked the question about the increased fee for the key replacement at Sunnyside, and you provided a very good answer to me. If you just want to also provide it to the community and council as well.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. I owed you a circle back on that question. So you had asked
Why it was
questions in relation to
150.
the fees and charges report, where there was an increase on a lock replacement fee at Sunnyside Supportive Housing from $75 to $150, and I was able to confirm with our staff our efforts here are to align fees and charges across all of our housing units, and so that charge would be now in line with what people would be expected to pay for a lock change at any of our housing units across the region. So it's an alignment piece, and also specifically, it's not for a lost key or anything like that. It's for a full lock replacement that we would require a locksmith to come in and is billed at a cost recovery. So it's just an alignment of fees across all of our supportive housing units.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for reminding me.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Sorry, I have an answer for Councillor Hunick's question, if I could jump back in before we go too far down the list. So you asked Councillor Hunick what we would need to gather to get the Weber and Cortland Shelley projects off of the unsecured list. So right now in our capital plan, the Weber project has a total cost of $26 million and the Shelley Cortland has a total cost of $150 million. So in order to raise that $175 million, it would be 30 levy points that we would need. So it could be 1% for over many years. We could delay, fund part of it through this special levy. There's many options there, but just for a sense of the size, in order to do both Weber and Shelley Cortland, it's about 30 percentage points of levy that we would need. If we were to look at Moorgate and trying to offset some of Moorgate, it is sooner and bigger. It is total in the capital plan is $300 million for Moorgate. So at 5.8 million being 1%, that's 51 percentage points to raise to fully fund Moorgate. And anything is a help. Thank you.
Forgive me, Director Neal, I don't speak percentage points, but would a 3% housing levy cover it?
Through the chair, 3% would be a great contribution. It will not fully fund.
Okay, thank you. So I'm interested in discussion about this with colleagues later when there becomes an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Rodriguez.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Sweeney, for continuing your really important conversation since our last committee meeting. I have two questions. I think one of the concerns with the deferral of Moorgate is certainly the current CMHC grant that we are holding, and what it could mean to that by deferring this project by a year. So, Mr. Chair, I'm curious what staff's thoughts are on that grant and how we proceed forward in 2026 should this project be deferred.
Thank you, Councillor Rodriguez. So just as a reminder, the current funding model for Moorgate as a standalone capital project includes 2 contributions from CMHC. The first is approximately $20 million in a grant, non-repayable, and the next is approximately $50 million in a repayable loan. So CMHC, through my colleague Ryan, has obviously been inquiring about the next steps on Moorgate. This is a pre-approved, ready-to-go funding component. We have communicated to our colleagues at CMHC that this conversation is happening at council, and no decisions will be made until after December the 16th. So they're aware of that. I would say it'd be a fair comment to say that they're paying attention to see what decisions get made. I can't predict at this point on behalf of CMHC what their reaction would be if there was a formal decision to delay it by a year. But we also have to identify that there's a potential risk that both of those pots or funding envelopes would no longer be available to us if we were not able to finalize the project as we had originally planned.
Yeah, so that's certainly a big concern to me and certainly to your team as well. So I appreciate that context. I think if it is deferred, I'd want to understand the path forward through 26 in case there's the instance does come up that funding's in jeopardy and how council can intervene and advocate on our behalf, recognizing the importance of this project. Looking to the motion that we'll be ratifying tonight, again, when we had this conversation last month, I didn't want to presuppose any work that your team is doing and will be doing and has been doing, but could you provide an indication or indications of what types of things we could expect to see in terms of reprofiling? I think I got an email this morning from a resident asking what reprofiling means, and they think that it means one thing, but maybe it doesn't. And it'd be really helpful to understand as we go through these budget deliberations what we can expect as part of that report back.
Certainly. I can give you some high-level perspectives, with the caveat that we haven't put the time and effort to fully flesh these out. But I can say, fundamentally what we're looking at in the motion that you put forward at committee and that would potentially be ratified this evening is really an attempt to balance the goals and ambitions of Building Better Futures, the Waterloo Regional Housing component of that specifically, and Moorgate even more specifically, and the challenge that comes with the escalated costs since the first conception in 2019, and as importantly, the requisite debt servicing costs. And as I mentioned, if we contemplate the full profile as it is today, we would be potentially within a few years be looking at the equivalent of 21% of our housing and homelessness budget needing to be found through some effort, either in new revenue or a reduction in services to cover that off. That's a significant portion that we can't ignore. So I would say at a high level, Councillor, I can see three sort of general paths forward in terms of options coming back in that report. The first is, a reprofiling and, as what's been alluded to here today, moving things around but carrying on as is, just slightly delayed. That in and of itself does not change the debt servicing challenge that we would have coming down the road. The second would be some level of reimagining the Moorgate project, as you've seen both in cost and in scope. It is our largest and most ambitious project within this plan. It also contemplates, to the degree that we can within the affordable housing view, the highest and best use of that site in the middle of a housing crisis. That would involve significant time, effort, but it certainly, is a consideration. And then the third would be some broad strategy to seek out a development partner to move this forward. And again, without presupposing what that would look like, my assumption is that would need to be a very public process. We would need to understand what the business model would need to look like. And I would say there will be, in some way, shape, or form, some trade-offs on the level of affordability in a partnership model, the number of those units and the longevity of those units that this council would have to weigh in some sort of development partnership model. Ideally, from my perspective, it would be wonderful if we went down that road. Our preference would be to ensure that any partner that we engage in something like this for this project or anything would share our mission and values of what we're trying to achieve overall. So that's at a high level as best as I can predict, with the caveat that we still have a lot of work to do to bring this back to council.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may, one last sort of comment or question on this. So, I think Councillor Koenig's proposed an interesting idea for how to go forward, but do you see a path forward for this project, and for Moorgate specifically, in 2026, or what you've put forward in the budget is where you're comfortable based on the fulsome review of all the departments?
So yes, what you have in your budget book is the collective effort of this team and the balancing of priorities across. We all, of course, have our own projects and initiatives that we're responsible for, especially my two colleagues to my left. We make up the bulk of this, and when we are thinking about trying to achieve a number of different objectives at the same time, clearly the significant investment required at Moorgate does not fit into that model, and so what we've put forward is a way to achieve that. But again, we're in your hands in terms of where we go from here. Our hope is that, again, the ambitions and the overall necessity of building and facilitating the development of the most significant investment in social housing across this community remains a focus of this council, this organization, and the community going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you very much, Commissioner Sweeney, both for the presentation and for the explanations you've given. You've answered a few of my questions I already had. I was going to go down questioning of a potential developer partnership, but I guess I'm curious kind of what you meant on it would need to be quite public, like would that be through an RFP? I guess I'm just a bit confused as with so little as not even a council report. We partnered with Habitat to do the Build Now partnership. So I guess I'm just curious why on Moorgate, if there's a partner potentially willing and out there, what that process, I guess, would look like would be my first question.
Sure, Councillor Salonen, I would say with that comment, I don't want to presuppose what a process might look like that involves the use of public funds. And so the assumption I make is that there would need to be some public facing. I haven't contemplated both timing and scope of that. So that was just coming from that acknowledgement from best practice. And in particular, we still have some work to do. And again, to your point, the report is asked to be coming back but in March. So we've got some work to do. But that was the essence of my comment. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yep. No, that totally makes sense. Thank you. And then I guess I'm just wondering, this problem that we're seeing then with the suggestion of delaying Moorgate, to me really is the crux of what we do in government, and that's deciding what resources go where, and it's the realities of hard decisions. And I really appreciate what you and your staff have done to bring forward this possible solution. I guess I would be curious, from my levels of priority, for me, affordable housing and having housing security would rank a bit higher than some of the investments continuous that we're seeing in homelessness. And that's not to say that one individual group of people deserve or need housing more than another, but it's the finite realities of we only have so many resources. I guess I'm curious, it was one of the things that you considered, and how was that weighed of instead delay Moorgate but continue to invest further in our plan to end chronic homelessness? I'm also kind of looking at the timelines of when Homes for All came forward in 2019 and was approved. I appreciate that we now have more understanding of our debt financing, but really just trying to get at the crux of where your staff's decision making of coming to this conclusion was. I'm not saying it's wrong by any means. I just want to understand that background a bit more than what was detailed, if possible.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I'll do my best here. So the proposed overall housing and homelessness budget that's in the budget book contemplates a ratio of investment in housing and housing programs that equals about 2/3 of that overall investment, and in homelessness programs of about 1/3. So we're spending twice as much of those investments on actual housing and housing programs and housing outcomes than we are on sort of managing and supporting those who are experiencing homelessness. From my perspective, that's the plan to end chronic homelessness is rooted in continuing to shift resources in two places, in prevention and in protection. And so right now I feel that we've given the current state of chronic homelessness in this community and homelessness in general, I feel of all the mixes that we could consider, we're in the one that we put our best foot forward. So what I've also want to recognize is that I'm thinking 5 years down the road, and the potential of debt servicing costs that would require us to scale back actual in-year programs is something I'm trying to suggest that we need to protect against. And so right now, I feel that we've got the right mix given the demands we have in this community currently.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for right now.
Councillor Gowing.
So I chimed in too late because the rest of my questions have been taken, but I will ask one. Have we tried to just invoice the Ontario government for these fees?
Oh, please do. Please do.
I know that I'm partially joking, but like from what I understand from yesterday's, and correct me if I'm wrong on my numbers, but housing itself takes up $45 million of our budget. Am I correct?
So are we talking about capital operating, Councillor Gowing? Or are we talking about the provincial cost share on that? Just so I'm curious.
The operating side.
So the overall housing and homelessness investment in the budget book is $178 million. Housing and homelessness is about 65 of that. Just under 60.
But housing specifically is, I believe, is 45 million from that 65 million.
No, I'm not exactly sure where you're getting that number in particular.
I'll go back and look.
So,
that's okay.
Okay.
So then we talked this morning about revenue, and when it comes to the housing side, I'm not looking to make money, but what kind of cost recoveries are we looking for in going forward?
Certainly. I'm going to ask my colleague, Ryan Pettipier, our Director of Housing, to talk a little bit about just the mix within our revitalization plan and our new builds. I
did tell him I was putting him on the spot.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So one of the main differences that we are contemplating through our redevelopment plan are the mix of both socially and financially of those that are living in the affordable housing that we're creating. We've talked a fair bit about the province already this morning. We inherited the service manager role and the housing stock that we currently have from the province through a process called devolution back in 2001. So those units are aging. And we wanted to adjust the mix, both in terms of the rents paid and the individuals that are living there for various reasons. So in the units that we will be opening in a matter of weeks and months at Kings Court, Wilson, and Langs, we've adjusted that mix. The portfolio that we inherited from the province was 100% rent geared to income, which means the deepest subsidy for the lowest income earners in our community. We believe a more appropriate mix, both socially and financially, is to adjust that. And so when we open up the buildings through our revitalization plan, we're looking at a mix that is roughly a third, a third, a third. 1/3 being rent geared to income, which I've already touched on. 1/3 being rent set at 80% of the median market rent for the community, and 1/3 being just below or at market rent overall. That creates a better mix socially. It creates a better financial mix overall, and increases the revenue that we generate. That then goes back into contributing to the overall carrying costs of those builds. Through the motion that was mentioned earlier, that came forward in November 4th, we're going to look again at that mix as a further way to contribute to the costs to both build and continue to operate. That's an opportunity that's in front of us, and one that we will look at and bring some options and recommendations back later in March to see what that looks like.
Okay, that's perfect answer. That's kind of what I was looking for in that sense. Because like I said, I'm not looking to, because people that need this type of housing are not affluent when it comes to the financial side of things. So I'm not looking for them to basically take away what they already don't have. So I'm glad that we're looking at different options when it comes to helping out with the cost recovery on that. But I'm going to go with Councilor Rodriguez and Selinen's point is I think we really need to look at partnering with corporations that are out there that will help offset some of these costs. I would love to see Moorgate with a potential of 323 units get started sooner rather than later, because as we know, costs go up. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Thanks.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm just really curious because we know there's been work done with Build Now. So, like, is this, and I know you said that there's a project, or sorry, a report that's coming, you're going to have to provide some more information, but is that on the table? Because like the Build Now group, as you know, is a mix of Habitat for Humanity, nonprofits, and some private sector developers who are doing some really interesting and good work. I mean, they put a challenge out that they said, you know, they think that our region, across the region, we need 10,000 new housing units. And they've got a lot of expertise. They've got people who are, we know the housing market's tough. There's a lot of people across the trades who are looking to work and could be mobilized. There's a lot that we've learned through the city of Waterloo about how to structure this from a legal perspective, et cetera. Yeah, so is this part of one of the options that staff are considering and could move forward with at some point? I mean, I know there's some more work that needs to be done.
Yeah, certainly, Councillor McCabe, without getting, specific about who or where and when a partnership might sort of evolve, I would say my opening comment around our commitment to both the necessity and the ambition of building better future remains. And so, it feels like a tired phrase to say, but I can't think of a better one, is I think all options are and need to be on the table to strike that balance between our ambitions and our fiscal realities. And, so we will explore, we'll turn over every rock and open every door and maybe knock a few down on our way to be able to continue to do this work, because it's needed and necessary and the community expects it and requires it. And it's a fundamental piece of the answer to Councillor Salinen's comment earlier. The answer to the challenges that face overall is more, deeper, and longer affordable and supportive housing. And so we remain committed to that, and any conversations and partners that are willing to join us in that effort, we continue to have those conversations.
Okay, and I hear you say that, and that's great, and I know your team's really passionate about this work, but I guess I just feel a little bit frustrated. I'll just share that, because and I'll just use the city of Waterloo as an example. Like, we've been working on that project with them for it's just over two and a half years or so, and we're into the site planning stage for 1,000. It's the biggest affordable housing development in Canada, but I've just, like, the region has more land certainly than the city of Waterloo does, and we know we've had these projects there. I guess I'm a little like, why weren't we having some of these conversations a little earlier? It just feels like it's a bit late in the game now, with all due respect.
Fair enough. Point taken. I will say that we're operating under council direction that was given in 2019. We brought back some of the updated fiscal challenges and realities a year ago. We received council direction to go and explore some further partnerships, and we're continuing to do that.
Good. Okay. Councillor James. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Raj.
Through you, Chair Harris, I can also add a little bit here, and that is that through our Build Waterloo region team, we are also doing preliminary work, including geotechnical and environmental analysis and preliminary planning work on two pretty significant sites, particularly out in Breslau. So I think we've got, like the Breslau Metrolink station site is a really good opportunity there, and also the former Challenger Hotel site. So we are moving forward on a variety of projects that are aligned with potential partnerships in the future.
Okay. Over to you, Councillor James.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Harris, and thank you for the report. Commissioner Sweeney, I know, I put you all together. That's teamwork, right? I just want to, a question, how many people are on the wait list for attainable/affordable housing currently?
So I can tell you, sitting beside Doug, whenever somebody says a question for Commissioner S, we never know who's coming. So you've created a new dynamic for us. Current wait list, I'm looking to Ryan and Amy exceeds, it's about 11,000 at the moment.
Okay, this one, especially Moorgate, knowing that there was a significant number of homes and housing that could be built, it's I think looking at all options is something that should be considered, especially when it comes to kind of that development partner option. I really think that, be good to have a nonprofit and a consortium, like joint venture, exploring that to see this through and looking at options in that way. The other, because I think, pushing this off and waiting, that number is going to continue to grow. And I know we don't want to put all of this on the levy, but especially for the number, that area in particular, there are residents who are, eagerly waiting to see something built and that come to fruition. I do want to ask, as well, and you might have said this, I might have missed it. We hold this off. What is the continuation of site preparation? Can you just repeat that if you didn't say that before?
I might need Councillor Rose or even Ryan to comment, but generally, the Moorgate project is pretty close to tender. It's ready for tender. However, if there is any sort of delay, as I think everybody here knows, if you don't, the existing location has been demolished. Has not been demolished. We do have the pre-existing buildings that are secured. However, if we would delay this, we would need to build in some costs to finish demolition and to secure that site. So that's what I meant by that, and still be ready to go in terms of those final efforts to get it across the finish line whenever we get to a point where we can issue that tender.
Okay, and do you know how much cost would be anticipated?
I think. Sorry, do you know, Jennifer? Okay, if we can hold back out, we'll get you the cost on demolition. I think the challenge is if we were going to tender next month, we would build the demolition cost into that tender, and if we're going to delay, we don't have that same benefit, so we'd have to do a separate tender for the demolition and securitization of that site.
Okay, so and just to confirm, so there is a tender that's out for that property?
No, it's ready to go is what I meant.
It's ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Just finish answering the question, I think the demolition costs are currently estimated at about $500,000.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to staff for trying to come up with some kind of a resolution to this dilemma. Leaving all that money on the table from CMHC is a real hard decision. And I'm wondering, do we have any kind of a history of a similar situation where we might have deferred something where we had funding in place and they were prepared to carry it over a year or two? Have we had any history on that?
Not in my time here, Councillor Erb. There may be, and I'm getting some shaking of heads, there may be something in the longer term past, but it's not something that we've contemplated or have dealt with so far with this team or this overall project.
Mm-hmm. And they have not tipped their hand anyway as to what the outcome of these conversations might be if it gets deferred.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. You know, regrettably, like in the 7 years that I've been here, we've been asking for a new deal from the province and from the feds, and I haven't seen it. We dealt with a special levy, I think, back in 2020 or 21, if I'm not mistaken, for affordable housing, and with the hope that that was going to give some kind of a signal to the province or the feds that maybe they had to step up, and that hasn't happened. And so I'm wondering how much more time and energy we waste in trying to convince them that they have to step up to the table, and we really begin to focus on developing some kind of strategic partnerships with other partners, be it the private sector, with the not-for-profit sector, whatever it is, because waiting for upper levels of government, we're not getting anywhere. And so I think one of the solutions that Mr. Sweeney is suggesting, that I think it was his third option, that there'd be some kind of a public process, an RFP, whatever it might be, where we start looking for that other opportunity, because we can't afford to keep waiting and spinning our wheels. We have to get something into action, and I think if the government's not going to do it, then we have to try and develop some other kind of strategic partnerships in the community.
Okay.
Chair, could I just acknowledge that, if I could, please? Thank you. Just really quickly, I appreciate that, Councillor Erb, and also, want to point out that on a number of occasions, we have partnered with the private sector. We've put out RFPs. Recently on Highland Road. There's a few other examples, and so it has been part of our effort. We also know that in communities around the world, social housing plays a key component, publicly owned social housing. And so, again, that was my comment around our stock represents about 25% of the overall building better futures in public hands. And we feel that that's an important consideration to keep on the table.
I actually had one more question, if I may.
I think the first one was a statement.
A couple of us attended there was a film by Brian Doucette on the weekend on affordable housing, and a couple of us attended that, where there were some examples of different models across the province. And Whistler has developed this private housing corporation, and Councillor Urbanovic was talking about something like that. Are you familiar with that, and is that something similar to what Councillor Urbanovic is talking about?
I'm not familiar with Whistler in particular, but again, it is something that we're having conversations about, and we'll continue. And part of that effort would be an environmental scan of what's out there. And Professor Doucette has been a big supporter of the region, and particularly in transit and housing. And so I'm happy to connect with him, particularly about that one too.
Where they were with this new corporation, they had a waiting list of 15,000, and so far they've developed 7,200 units using this model there.
Great. All right, some good questions. Just a reminder, we're going to recess at 12:30, and I'm hoping to get through these questions so that we can start fresh on when we're back from our break on LRT. So, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Again, obviously, Moorgate seems to be a very popular project, according to for council. Would it make a difference if we deferred Moorgate to September of 2026? Would this affect reduce the debt servicing cost? It would give the province or the feds a chance to step in, which we always hope for. And it would guarantee our grant from CMHC and the loan portion. So would that make a difference if we just deferred it to the end of 2026? Is my question.
So, Councillor Wolf, the the CMHC, the current guidelines for CMHC is that this project gets finalized and tendered this calendar year. That was the original requirement. And so there are no guarantees delaying it into 2026 for any period of time will allow us to continue to access that grant. So that is an unknown risk that we're just identifying. Without a different funding source, regardless of whether we start this project, if we keep it as is, whether we start it in early 2026 or halfway through 2026 or in 2027, won't change the debt profile or the debt servicing around that without a new source of funding to bring those two elements down.
Okay. And my next question or comment, I guess, is when we're looking for partners, I noticed that Indwell has now a new program called Gather, which is for affordable housing as opposed to supportive housing. So I would hope staff would look into that. And I know when I worked with on the Housing Cambridge board, one of the things we ran into was while we were waiting for money from CMHC for 3 years, our costs went up, up, up. So waiting doesn't necessarily make things less expensive. And we also had different groups sort of take over different units in the building to, that they were sort of buying that unit for their nonprofit and their service. And hopefully, we could look into something like that too, to reduce our costs. So just, anyway, let's keep hoping.
Councillor Foxon.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Boy, you're between a rock and a hard place, eh, Commissioner Sweeney? Because you don't want to lose government money. Not only is it a loss of the program, but they look at you differently and say, well, they didn't take it last time, why give it to them again? They really do. But as based on the Moody report and our debt load that we're carrying, we're almost rock bottom. Thank goodness staff looked at this and said, guys, we have to do better. We have to do it differently. So, and it just brings me back to when I first became mayor and found out that the previous mayor had wiped out all our funds, everything else, gave us a huge debt load, and we were the second from the bottom listed municipality in Ontario, and CMHC was going to come in, our Municipal Affairs and Housing was going to come and take us over. And I asked them to give me a year, and they did. So, I mean, guys, I don't want us to ever get that low. And again, I don't want to turn down money. Is there some other God, I hate asking you guys to look at this, but is there some other project in the capital year forecast that we could bump out a year or two to allow this one to go forward? Don't say no, it's just a suggestion to look at and maybe come back with an answer in the near future, like in a day or maybe this afternoon. You don't give up money, guys. You don't. It's a huge mistake. Thank you.
Okay, Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. So these are some of the tough discussions and decisions that we are going to have to make around this horseshoe. I guess where my thought went was, is this a shovel-ready project? Because that was one of the benefits that I see in this whole new approach. So is it shovel-ready? Have we considered, or are you considering phasing it? If it's switching the light switch on and off for CMHC funding, can we start phasing it in? And I'm looking forward to the report you're bringing back, but it just seems to me that we need to be creative when we look at this. And like others have said, I hate to leave CMHC money on the table.
So I'll answer the first question, and I'll ask my colleague, Commissioner Rose, to talk about what a phasing thing might potentially look like from a technical perspective. The short answer is yes. The cheeky answer is it's about as shovel-ready as you can get, Chair Redmond.
Yes, through the chair, the project could be phased. I think, though, that what we need to find out from the CMHC funding is if it's also applicable to demolition and like geotech work, kind of all the stuff you need to do before you start putting the walls up. So that could be something that I'll speak with Director Petitpierre about, because he has some information, I'm sure, with respect to that loan or grant. And we can look at the phasing from a facilities perspective as well.
And I took a different interpretation for reprofiling on the top of the one slide. As we all noticed with the federal budget, they reprofile a lot of previously announced funding, and I was really hoping that we would maybe be able to apply the CMHC funding to this project or another one. And if we were able to phase it, maybe there are other pots of money that we could apply to.
Thank you. Yeah, Chair Redmond, I also just want, maybe not specifically to you, but also just for all of council. So I appreciate the questions and commentary around the CMHC funding. And it is an important element and a risk that we felt compelled to identify. And I also think it's important for us to identify that, at its peak, the debt servicing challenge would be we're showing about $35 million per year. And it's that 21% of the ongoing housing and homelessness budget, not wanting to be in a position to say to Ryan and Amy that we have to find 21% in cuts to be able to pay the mortgage. So the context, the CMHC $20 million being considered in relation to that challenge, I think is just an also point to put on the table for everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate a number of the comments that are being made, the concerns that are annually expressed about funding from the province and the feds, and the continual contortions that we have to make in order to make things work here. I've suggested, not on one occasion, but on a number of occasions, we need to have a more direct communication, one-on-one as a council, with our MPs and MPPs. And unless we're willing to do that, we're not going to resolve any of these issues today, next week, or next year. We're going to be sitting here with the same concerns over and over about the lack of funding, the lack of support, the lack of direction from the province. These are the issues that are out there that are, in the end, affecting all our residents. The state of affairs with the needs of affordable housing is appalling, absolutely. And the governments that got out of housing, the federal and provincial governments, have downloaded a lot of these issues onto us. So my suggestion is we need to get them in here, one-on-one, one MP at a time, one MPP at a time, and start directly talking to them about the issues and the implications, the lack of action that is hampering us moving ahead to serve our community. On the other hand, I also understand that there is a landmine, and that has to deal with a vindictive provincial government that deals with outspoken councils and communities that contradict their policies. And there is also that kind of ramification that comes from that. But I think that's the next step. Let's start literally inviting them in, saying, we've got problems. We need your help. You don't understand, and we need it now, not next week or the week after or whenever it may be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, and thanks to staff for the presentation and a very important discussion. I'm sorry if I missed it, Peter, but can you remind me which CMHC program we're getting the funding from for this repayable loan and the grant?
Sure, I actually don't know. I'll ask Ryan or Amy. There's a lot of acronyms, I know that.
That is true. You almost need a whole
and they change every year.
Figure it all out.
Yeah, correct, and they do change. So this is the Affordable Housing Development Program through CMHC. It was formerly known as the Co-Investment Program. And also just note, CMHC is undergoing a further change with the Building Homes Canada initiative. Building Canada.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess this is where I was going with, I mean, I think we need to get some clarity from them, but this is where I was going to go in terms of Councillor Foxton's comments earlier. There is always that risk when you step away from funding that it does cause some reputational risk for us. But more importantly right now is there is a shift, as I think some or all of us know, from CMHC, which will be more focused on market-based loaning, to Build Canada Homes, or I think that's the name of the new agency, and it is putting things kind of into this questionable area, and that's potentially going to impact projects. I mean, it's something that collectively, when we met with Minister Robertson when he was here, and I also had a meeting with him at one of our potential projects have flagged for the government in this transition period. I raise it because I think that only increases the risk that if we say no to this funding that's already committed, that it may not come to us in the new avenue. And so I think we need to think long and hard about this and what some of the options and alternatives are. From a potential partnership point of view, I think this is an area, as Councillor Gowing and others have suggested, that we need to pursue more. Is one thing that comes to mind. There are not-for-profits, for example, depending on how much runway they had time-wise, that exists in the community, that may be able to demolish an existing building for a lot less cost than what the private sector that has margins and so on that they're building into it would charge us. And so, I think we need to think about it, and we also need to think about, yes, obviously it's public money, but it's public money going into public housing. And so maybe some kind of different procurement process may be appropriate in order to keep the cost down and try to move this forward in a timely and meaningful manner. I don't know, Peter, if you have any thoughts on any of that?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Councillor. Again, just reiterating, we know that the pathway forward is more affordable housing, deeper affordable housing, and longer affordable housing. I'm encouraged today by the support generally and specifically for staff to continue to explore some sort of mission-based models. The idea of social entrepreneurship, social venture funding. There are items out there that I think are worth exploring to both achieve the overall goals and the long-term goals. And so I guess I'll just say thank you to Regional Council today for showing that support for us to get a bit more creative. Thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to take this one quick way away from this specific topic as it was something that I missed during operating yesterday. Just wondering, and we had spoken about this back in October, Commissioner Sweeney, when we spoke about the update on the plan to end chronic homelessness, and I'm wondering if we could get a little bit of information on December 3rd about what it would look like to increase the either proportion of our existing budget on evictions prevention or any other options that your team sees as a potential path forward for 2026. Just wondering if that would be possible.
Yeah, certainly we can take that away, Councillor Rodriguez, and come back on December 3rd and highlight what the current investment is being considered for 2026. And in our efforts to put forward the housing and homelessness budget, we put our best foot forward to manage within that envelope, but we can certainly give you some perspective or some specifics on where that investment is, and are open to conversations about ways to increase that.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Sweeney, if we move to the new financial model of 30% just below market and 30% affordable and 30% RGI, are we losing RGI units overall?
I'll ask Ryan to tell me if I'm wrong, but no.
Because I hope not.
We have some legislated requirements to maintain a certain stock across the entire revitalization plan, as is outlined in the the slides and in the report, we are seeing a net increase overall, and so we're protecting the ones we have and adding to the mix. And again, as Ryan pointed out, you know, both the social and financial impact of that mix is something that we think is a valuable goal to pursue.
Okay, and just for everyone's awareness, RGI is 30% of net income, and I think that is truly affordable for everyone.
Okay, thanks. Just adding in on this, I know, Peter, you commented that there has been, you know, public, not-for-profit, private relationships in the past to deliver on affordable housing, and I'm hopeful and optimistic through the motion that will hopefully pass tonight that further work from your staff and finance can, you know, bring forward those potential options for council to, you know, proceed with the necessary housing units that we have, perhaps in a different way, though. You know, because a lot of those not-for-profits and private entities leverage CMHC, you know, to finance a lot of these projects in the first place. So I know we're talking a lot about a grant that may forego, but there's also CMHC opportunities for, you know, those other models. So very optimistic and looking forward to staff's report on this. You know, while piggybacking off of the many comments that you all had with regards to the other levels of governments, you know, I just finished reading a column this morning by Mike Farwell hitting on that same note, and I think we're all singing from that same hymn book. It's just a matter of who's listening. So I know Matt Chu wants to get in to wrap this conversation up. We're actually at 12:30. We're bang on time. So Matt Chu, over to you, and then we'll recess until 1:15.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I don't want to keep you away from lunch, but just a bit of a jumping in to say this was, you know, this analysis and the recommendations that we're putting forward and the options. This was very hard work for us as a team collectively. We know this is a strategic project for the region, fully aligned with the areas of focus of our strategic plan. And so it was really a collective piece of work between Peter, who owns the major responsibility on building better futures, finance, who are trying to find solutions on this, Rod, who works on the partnership piece with Build Waterloo Region, Jennifer on the delivery model. So everyone has been involved into trying to find some solutions. We know that this type of project is what we need to achieve the objectives of the strategic plan. We know that it's really unfortunate to have a risk of leaving money on the table when someone is offering to fund part of it. I think the challenge that we saw was just doing the back of the napkin calculation that on a project, even in a mixed income model, on average, and that's going back to maybe Councillor Gowing's questions on the revenue, on average, we're getting 30% less rent income than a regular kind of market building. And CMHC is giving us 6% of the funding. So that's kind of I know that was my kind of nutshell summary of what that gap looks like and what's at the scale of something like Moorgate, why that gap is so significant and so challenging from a financial standpoint. So I just wanted to just add that to say thank you for all your rich questions on this. I know it's very hard on the team to put this forward because this is not the way we envisioned this would play out. But thank you for your grace in the questions and the interest that you've put into this. And I'd like to thank just the team for putting a lot of work in trying to turn some more stones after trying to get this across the finish line and being at a really shovel-ready state for this important and strategic project.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, we'll recess until 12:15, or excuse me, 1:15. Okay, colleagues, we're going to resume our work today, and prior to jumping into the LRT Phase 2 presentation, I'm going to slide over to Councillor Rodriguez for just a question of staff pertaining to the last presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if staff's here just yet, so... Okay. Commissioner Sweener. So this is particularly relevant. Would be interested, I think, for December 3rd to see some more options for council's consideration to proceed with Moorgate in 2026. I think all options need to be on the table on the capital side and on the entire side. So I know it's a big, there's a lot of pieces to it, but I think any more information that we could get would be really helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we'll make sure that Commissioner Sweeney gets that ask. So with that, LRT Phase 2, I'll turn over to Mr. Spooner. Okay, Commissioner Spooner.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just to note, if Peter is Commissioner Sweener, I think that makes me Commissioner Spoony. And I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. I'll move on to the capital plan for rapid transit to Cambridge. Oh, we're on airport. I'll start talking while we find the...
30 seconds, Julie.
No, you got to go back here on questions there. You've got about 4 slides before you. There you go. So Council, I don't think I need to introduce this project. Earlier this month, we reviewed the LRT to Cambridge project in full, the initial business case, and its role in providing transit, helping to guide growth. The best part of this project is that we have a roadmap and a track record, pun intended, of successful project delivery. We know that what we achieved in stage 1 were significant, investments, but also outcomes in terms of housing and transit and overall network capacity. My favorite example of this type of work was actually provided a few months back by Councillor McCabe. And Councillor, I'm paraphrasing, so a bit of grace. But effectively, what Councillor McCabe said was there are the same number of people living in the barrel yards adjacent to the LRT as there are living in the entire Vista Hills neighborhood. And Council, this is what the LRT project really does. It helps us to target growth and density to the corridors where we can support it. A reminder of how this all makes sense. A lane of traffic can move 2,000 people an hour. Well, an LRT using that same space could move 22,000 people an hour. So when we talk about growth and we talk about the LRT, we're talking about increasing capacities in the corridor. Next slide, Julie, please. The other thing, Council, is that you and residents have told us that we want to move this project quickly. But with a project of this size, we also need to manage the risk of an investment this large. And I'd like to talk to you today about how we do that and how that impacts the 2026 budget. Next slide. So our ask this year is for $12 million from the area-rated levy reserves. I will note again that we are seeking full funding on this project, every penny. But my finance partners here are pointing out that there is a risk, and that risk is getting reimbursed for work completed before we have an agreement in place. I remain confident we can achieve full funding, just like our partners in Hamilton did, but we do need to recognize the risk at this stage of proceeding too quickly. As a reminder, if anything changes from 100% funding, I'm back at this horseshoe with that update. Councillor Verbanovich, this would be my answer to a question you posed to me earlier about accelerating the project. At this point, we can advance some work with very minimal investment. But once we do have an agreement, the work that we do now can help us move much quickly through the next steps. This is technical work now that gets us ready. We also know that there's a $3.1 billion price tag on this project in 2025 dollars. And so we have placed these items in the budget. And a reminder, they need to be there regardless of funding source so that we can advance. I am not so concerned about where this fits right now, within the 10 years, outside of the 10 years. As I've said before, we do not know when we will break ground, and we do not know when we will take our first ride. What's important is that we do all of the preparatory work now so that when we do start construction, we don't find any surprises. And I think that is it for the LRT presentation. Questions, please.
Okay, I think we thought we'd speak longer, but questions, folks, as it pertains to this? Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the update from the last update a short while ago, which is exciting. I guess my question really revolves around the expectations of the public. So right now we're looking at a completion date of what, if I may ask, Mr. Spooner?
Through you, Chair. Councillor, the date that I have provided is that we will have a report back to Council on our procurement ready in 27 or 28. I have not committed to a groundbreaking date nor a first ride date. Without funding, okay. I simply don't know those dates. All right,
so the other question then that couples in with this is dealing with the GO train from Cambridge to Guelph. Can you tell us where we're possibly at with that and what your expectations are? Because this all interconnects with the LRT.
Yeah, through you, Chair. And Councillor Craig, really important for pointing that out. We're actually talking now about a bit of a transit triangle in the east side of our region. That would be the LRT station in Pine Bush, obviously riding the LRT up to Kitchener Central, and then the connection of those two GO train lines into Guelph. And we know we have aspirations for the Breslau GO station as well, which my team and I continue to work on. In terms of that project, you'll remember that the guidance from Council had effectively two parts to it. One of them was to advance the project to Metrolinx and ask them to assume it. No response on that yet. And the second part was that they run GO bus service in the interim to build up demand. And so no response on either of those yet. Happy to ask again on behalf of, well, I'll just do it on behalf of myself and see if I can get an update.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing this to us. So essentially, you're asking or recommending that we use this $12 million to do all the technical work so that we are demonstrating to the province and to the community and to the federal government as well that we are really serious. We want to move this forward. I mean, particularly for the community, we're demonstrating that we're doing what we can, you know, with the funds we have, while we're looking for more funding from our upper orders of government, and do it, like, because we know there's a ton of technical work that needs to still be done. So it's kind of like, let's not sit around and wait. Let's just keep moving forward. Personally, I like that strategy. So, okay, just wanted to be really clear on what the ask was.
Through you, Chair, if I'll just break down the $12 million. So, Councillor, there is $10 million in there for land acquisition. And so our land acquisition strategy at this point is willing seller, willing buyer. And so we may or may not use that $10 million in the year, but we have it there in case there is a willing seller. The other $2 million is exactly that. It's doing the technical work, advancing the studies, a lot of, you know, what's in the ground now. We know we have to do a lot of utility relocates as we do this project, so really trying to get all of the foundational pieces in place so that at the moment the province or the federal government says we have an agreement that we're ready to go as close to shovel ready as we can be.
Okay. And can you just remind us, like, how much of property has been, of the entire line, how much property is already in place?
Yep, through you, Chair. Thank you for the question. So on land acquisition, what we will require for the entirety of the project are 35 full properties and 210 partial properties. We haven't moved very quick on this one. To date, we've acquired 5 properties. There are a number in process, but very early days in terms of property acquisition.
Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, through you, Chair. Commissioner Spooner, just I know we talked about this a while back and looking at the difference between on-grade and raised. You're going to have to refresh my memory. And is that coming back to us on a per kilometer sort of deal?
Through you, Chair, yes. Councillor Gowing, what we had discussed specifically, it was coming out of the secondary plan for Preston. There was a request to take a look at an elevated guideway. I believe we had done this a few years ago, but my commitment to you was to take a look at 2 things: the cost per kilometer of capital construction costs to do an elevated guideway, and then also at the cost of maintenance and a changing maintenance regime, because it would obviously be a bit different than doing it at grade. But yes, I will have that back.
Okay. And the ask to the province and whoever else that we're looking to get funding from, if we so choose, do you believe that they would see the two asks and say, you know what, we will fund this one as opposed to the other one? If that's the case.
Yeah, Councillor Gowing, maybe I'll talk a little bit about the work we're going to do, because I know Councillor Craig has had a question, and I think he framed it as the vanguard of elected officials and the support. So, you know, immediately after our discussion 2 weeks ago and hoping that we ratified tonight, my team and I have turned our efforts to our government relations strategy. And so the thinking through that is exactly how we package up LRT to Cambridge, along with other projects of regional interest, to the provincial and federal government, a bit of stakeholder mapping on how we're going to move through this. I've shared with Council before, we have put this project into the funding stream for the Canadian Permanent Transit Fund, but I do believe it's not as simple as sending an application. We'll have a fair bit of work to do for our staff and also for this Council. So I'll bring that back in the coming months. We'll get started on that right away. That's our next big milestone, is to start having those conversations with upper levels of government.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Commissioner Spooner, there's a couple of points along the route of LRT Phase 1, particularly at Uptown Waterloo Square and also at King and Frederick, where there's no guardrails where an LRT track goes by, specifically at a crosswalk, which can cause problems for people with visual difficulties who do not want to get hit by the train, or people with mobility aids who do not want to get hit by the train. Has there been any work to look into that yet, or is there a way that we can avoid that when building Phase 2?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor, full disclosure, I really appreciated our site visit and your ability to share the lived experience with me on a few of these crossings, Councillor. Councillor, it's a new piece of public guidance that we use when we talk about the train, and you will note these as the signals that the train uses that are a horizontal or a vertical square. And so the discussion that Councillor Hunick and I were having is that's an uncommon feature in our region, and coupled with some of the other signal features we have, like the beeping noise that tells people to go, it has the possibility of introducing confusion. And in this case, is that vertical square actually the small walking person image, and a bit of confusion there. I have left it with my team, Councillor Hunick, along with our service provider, just to have a look and to try and solve it in our system now, and obviously any lessons learned into Stage 2.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to replicate it for Stage 2, and if there is a budget ask even for Stage 1, I would like to solve that, because I almost got severely hurt, so would like to fix that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks, colleagues. I know we just recently had a robust discussion and I wouldn't say debate, but discussion and an opportunity for questions and answers on this previously at committee. And so we'll move on now, starting with the airport. And I'll turn it over to Commissioner Regier for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair Harris. So just by way of a little bit of context, Council will recall that we're in the community right now on consultations for the update to the growth plan for the airport. Back in 2017, Council approved the current growth plan that has helped facilitate the experience we've had recently in the last several years of growing air service and the expansion of our aerospace clusters at YKF. Council will also recall that or be aware that the airline industry in particular is a challenging one. It's very vulnerable to fluctuations in macroeconomic conditions and things that are well beyond our control. So we need to maintain a posture at YKF that is prepared to support growth, where we can move quickly, but that we're cautious in making the physical or the investments in capital that are required to support our traveling public. And as a result, historically, what we've had is what we call a just-in-time infrastructure strategy. That is, we do the engineering and planning work for infrastructure investments, and we hold them in preparation for actual changes in demand when they do appear, when there are opportunities for expansion of service, then we can move quickly because we're basically shovel ready for the infrastructure that we need to support growth. So next slide, please. Just again, as a little bit of additional background, we completed an economic impact study for the airport using, this was done late last year, so on 2023 data, we had at that time about $390 million in total economic output and about 660 direct jobs at the airport that were a result of the increasing activities at YKF over the last 4 or 5 years. And the airport's not an insignificant contributor to tax revenue for all 3 levels of government, albeit, as we discussed, the municipal share of that is the smallest one. And the next growth plan, the growth plan that we're working on right now, will chart the direction for the next 20 years and give us I think an exciting path forward for YKF. Next slide, please. Yeah, and as I mentioned before earlier, we see some significant volatility in the market. Passenger numbers can go up and down. They're down slightly in 2025, and we expect similar numbers for 2026. They might be up slightly based on emerging information, but we see a pattern of a travel pattern that will support 300,000, 400,000 passengers annually, and Council will recall that our market area, that is the 40-kilometer radius, the traveling public inside of the 40-kilometer radius generated in 2024 about 3.6 million passengers. So we think that the natural demand for our airport is significantly higher than what we are actually serving right now. We also have had a very exciting year in the aerospace sector. We've had significant commitments by national and international firms like Bombardier, like de Havilland, and Field Aviation make commitments to our airport, and we're excited about the future of an extremely vibrant aerospace cluster at YKF. And in addition, we also are aware that we operate inside of an airport system. The Southern Ontario airport system is vibrant. You see recent commitments by Porter, but also very significant cargo players at Hamilton International. We see quite a lot of activity in London, and of course Toronto Pearson is the global hub for Southern Ontario and Canada's largest airport. And what happens at Toronto Pearson has a direct impact on what happens at YKF through the movement of chunks of the aerospace industry and service economy. So next slide, please. Our strategy, I think. Oh yeah, right. I was looking at 2 slides in advance. So. So in summary, we have 2026 capital forecast of $5.4 million. Over the course of the last 6 months, we have adjusted our capital program dramatically in response to a slower evolution, what we are forecasting to be a slower evolution in the demand for air service than was contemplated in the 2024 budget. So we've moved $56 million out of the capital program for next year, and we've pushed out the major pieces of the capital program beyond the 10-year program. Now, the risk that presents to us is that we may, if demand materializes, we may be coming back to council with a need to bring some of that investment forward. But I think right now we're pretty comfortable where everything is set in the capital program. There are a couple of things which are very active and are going to place some demand on the team at the airport. Transport Canada has initiated some significant some changes in the airport security system, including airport fencing and non-passenger screening. We are also doing some planning work and have just completed, as Director Chris Wood reported to you earlier, the upgrade to our RESAs, our emergency runway extensions. So there are a few of those regulatory requirements that are going to continue to demand investment, and we are going to be obliged to make those expenditures. Those are all contained inside of the current airport capital program. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, a couple of things that we've put on the table or have adjusted as a result of the conversations at CLT over the last 6 months or so is to push out the design work for our potential terminal expansion. Council may recall that our current terminal has a maximum capacity of about 1 million passengers. We've had some discussions. We think if airlines are coordinating well, we might be able to get that to 1.5 million passengers annually. Right now, I think our peak last year was 525,000. We're going to be down from that this year. But if all of a sudden our airlines expand dramatically, then we may. This is some of the work that we might have to move forward in the capital program. Yeah, so we have potential risks in delaying the implementation of some of these elements, but I think we can mitigate those risks. We just want to make sure that council is aware of some of the, or not to be surprised if all of a sudden we get a raft of really great news at the airport that we may have to come back and change this program up a little bit. And we are also doing quite a lot of work on the assessment of airport infrastructure. We know, for example, that we'll have to resurface the primary runway at some point in time. This is going to be highly disruptive for the aviation industry at the airport. So we're going to do some careful planning around how that plays out. In terms of what's next, as I mentioned, the airport growth plan is currently out in the community for consultation. We're getting vigorous response, some great feedback from the business community, from the general public, from the traveling public, from our aviation partners. The key themes in this growth plan include thinking about YKF as a transportation hub. It's a mobility hub that needs to be fully integrated into our existing transportation system. It's the way that we get from. It's one of the ways that we get from the Waterloo region to elsewhere in Canada, North America, and the Caribbean. We think about it as a business hub. We've seen tremendous investment from the private sector in high value employment at YKF. This is an important part of our regional economy, and it's an area and it's a piece of infrastructure which is actually nationally and internationally competitive. So we're very excited about the business growth at the airport. As I talked about earlier, we have a just-in-time infrastructure planning approach, and that is, we spend a bit of money up front in terms to make sure that we've got the engineering straight, that we have the plan to support growth, but then we hold those plans in abeyance until we get the demand that determines the need for our capital investment. We also are taking an aggressive approach to sustainability. We know that we have a responsibility at YKF to reduce our carbon emissions. We've actually certified our airport in the international carbon budgeting accreditation programs, and you will see that we do have some investment in reducing our carbon emissions in the 2026 capital program. And then finally, we are doing quite a lot of land use planning around the airport, thinking about how strategically to position our airport in the future, and stay tuned for more on that during the next year or so. So in terms of next steps, the airport growth plan and related financial model will come back to Regional Council early in 2026. And all of the capital programs for the airport will be coming back to you for final approval as they're developed. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Okay, and we have a few, with Councillor Hunick.
Through you, Chair Harris. Thank you, Commissioner Regier, for your report. Yesterday, you spoke to the hangar per square foot fee and whether or not that was competitive or had some wiggle room to move up and become more profitable, but I can't remember what you said. Can you tell me again?
Yes. Yeah, so thanks for the question, through you, Chair Harris. We do keep tabs on our competitors in terms of all of the publicly published pricing on airport services, and in terms of hangar prices and so on, it's a little bit trickier because many, for example, land rents at our competing airports are not necessarily made public, and they're often part of a private contractual arrangement between the airport and the tenant. So, but we do know that our pricing framework is significantly lower than Toronto Pearson, and one of the results of that is that we are seeing the migration of companies like Bombardier and de Havilland and others to YKF because we are a very cost-effective option for them.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question. This is more an exploratory question, if that's okay. Would there be space or appetite for a staff or a patron's hotel near the airport? And would that be profitable for the region? Has anybody looked into this ever?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The region of Waterloo does own land that was acquired for the expansion of the airport that could very well be used to accommodate commercial airport-related services. And that's some of the land use planning that I talked about that we're doing.
Okay, perfect.
And certainly, we do have some resources that could be brought to bear when as we move through the next couple of stages in the evolution of the airport.
Do you have any idea, like the timeline on that? Is that like a year away, 5 years away, 2 decades away?
I would say I'm going to be a little bit cautious about putting dates on here because it really depends entirely on how the airline industry evolves at the airport. If we see very significant growth in air traffic and passenger volumes at the airport, that would ultimately trigger the development of another terminal or a new terminal, then that would be the right time, in my view, to think about significant commercial opportunities on the north side of the airport.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Commissioner Aguirre, great job you've done with the airport. You must be so very proud, because I'm very proud of it in this community. The artwork, the tours that the councillors got to go on a couple months ago. You talked about resurfacing the runway, and this is a slow year, and you're anticipating, and just saying, putting it out there, would not this year be the year to do that when everything is slower and it would have less of an impact than when we start to sort of come back?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think that's exactly the type of planning work that we would do, particularly for activities that are disruptive of aviation at the airport. What I might do is put that question to our airport construction management team. The issue is that we have two potential solutions for resurfacing. One is more expensive and major than the other one, and I think we haven't quite landed on the final solution there for our runway resurfacing. But thank you for the question. I'll get an answer to you by email.
Oh, I'm in no hurry. I know you'll do what's right, and I know the budget's tight this year, so it may not be able to work. It's just when things are slow, that's the prime time to, if you have the funds to do it. But no, really good job. Chris and you are a great team, and you've taken this beyond what I could have imagined.
Thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, a quick question on the two larger items in the capital program, the fencing and the non-passenger screening. As the regulatory requirements of us, do we receive any funding from Transport Canada or the federal government to support that work, or is that fully on us?
Yeah, we have had some investment from Transport Canada. For example, they did pay for our 2 new fire trucks out there recently, and they have paid for the aircraft, the 737 stands out in front of the departures lounge that you'll see there. However, the security investments, they are not willing to pay for. Having said that, I understand that there is some new analysis that's taking place at Transport Canada about the actual requirements, and so we may find some alternatives based on their recent analysis of international experience around airport security. So stay tuned for some additional information on that.
Very good. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, and thanks, Mr. Mergier, for the report and the work. I think, although it's obvious to people, the airport is one of the hidden treasures of Waterloo Region and the economic impact that it brings and what the future of it is. And the planning that's going out, or that you're doing now in case we need to develop another terminal or something, I think would be similar to when Flair began, and the groundwork was all in place and we could really respond to that in a hurry. So I think that's a good example. My question is, are Hamilton, London, and of course Pearson are competitors? I know we would have liked to have landed Porter. They went to Hamilton. Where are we in that competition with these other airports?
Well, yeah, thank you for the question. Through you, Chair Harris. I'd call it a friendly competition. You know, it's always good to have peers, peer airports like Hamilton and London to keep you honest and focused in your work. So they help us, make sure that we've got sharp pencils, and our strategies for recruiting business tenants are spot on. And we also, we also collaborate in terms of a conversation. Our airport director has been the president of the Ontario Airports Association and has had extensive conversations with all of our peer airports about national policy issues. Council will recall that we are working diligently to have our aeronautical zoning regulations amended That is a conversation that we've got going on with Toronto Pearson and actually with Vancouver International as well. And I think the relationship that we have with those airports is really critical because of that opportunity to collaborate on policy development and strategy. And of course, we do share passengers, so passengers move back and forth between airports.
And one more, if I may. The aerospace industry is a significant driver there. What's attracting it to Breslau International? Is it our high-tech sector, the academics that we have here, the land that we have available, the proximity?
I would say all of the above. We are the closest airport to Toronto Pearson, and we've seen a couple of very significant developments in the Toronto aviation scene over the last 5 years. One is the closing of two major airports, Downsview and Buttonville, north of Toronto. The loss of those two airports in the Toronto market has really created an opportunity for YKF in the aeronautical industries. Also, our companies are coming here because they can find talent. They get access to graduates of Conestoga College, of University of Waterloo and Laurier. And so that talent pool is extremely important to the business community in aviation. And of course, the Waterloo Wellington Flight Centre, which is one of Canada's largest flight schools. It produces 20% of the pilots in Canada, so it's probably the dominant player at this point. The fact that we do have land, back in 2005, well before I joined the region, the region acquired land for what we call Apron 7, and that's where Chartwright currently has its large hangars, and we're going to see some additional investment there soon. So that land was built to a shovel-ready state, fully serviced in anticipation of investment in aviation. So by 2010, we had that aviation business park with airside access ready to go. And it's taken a little while, but without that land, we just definitely would not be seeing the level of investment here. And I think it illustrates the importance of investing in employment land in advance with the right type of infrastructure so you can support the business opportunities when they arise.
Thank you.
Councillor Hewinig.
Thank you for the second round, Chair. Commissioner Regier, do you know if our friendly competitors, London and Hamilton, have the same accessibility certification that YKF does?
I do not. I'm sure that our airport director does, and I will send him an email and ask for confirmation. But I actually suspect that they don't. So, but I can't.
I also suspect that they don't, and I think that would be a good promotional point for YKF.
Yeah, we're very excited about that. Yeah.
Okay, and my second question is similar to the digital ad boards that came up in terms of transit yesterday. Would there be space and appetite to collect revenue through digital ad boards at the airport?
Yes, thank you for the question. We do have some commercial advertising at the airport, and it's a part of our business model. It doesn't actually. It generates some revenue, and some revenue is better than no revenue. That's for sure. We have a variety of other sources of revenue. For example, right now we are leasing out some of our surplus parking. We have a demand for a peak parking demand in the summer, and when we have surplus parking in the off season, we lease that out. So we have about $20,000 a month coming in right now from some commercially leased parking at YKF. So we have a variety of income streams there that we're continuously looking to build on.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Councillor Hunick stole some of my thunder. I was going to ask about the digital ads marketing that there. But I will take this opportunity to say that I think the team at the airport is doing an amazing job. There have been some circumstances this past year, you know, Chris Wood has updated us as things have happened and using the airport. So I think we don't see them, but they're doing a lot of work and good work out there. So I will take this opportunity to thank the team that's out at the airport.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions we have on the airport. So I'll turn it over now to Commissioner Spooner to commence his capital update on roads. Commissioner Spooner.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Harris. As the slides come up, Council, I'll just quickly summarize the transportation business on the operating side for you. We spend approximately $78.5 million in that portfolio. We recover just under $6 million for a net levy impact of $72.8 million. In our operating budget, our big spends are a transfer to capital reserve of $32 million. People in our team make up $18.2 million. And then a third largest is professional fees and services at $15.5 million. But important to note in there, $10.8 million of that is our area maintenance agreements, where our 3 city partners provide road maintenance for the regional roads within city boundaries. But we're here to talk capital. Next slide, please. And for the 2026 transportation capital budget, we have $151.5 million. And Councillor McCabe, I'll save you the question, comparing that to transit at $92.5 million, but also noting that transit uses roads in many cases. Council, I want to share a metaphor with you here to help explain our plan. And it's a bit of a stretch, but I want you to imagine a road as a house. Stick with me. Roads generally have 3 layers to them. They have a surface, that's your roof. They have a base layer, that's the frame. And they have a subbase, and that's your foundation. And so the approach to our capital plan for roads and the path to get the $100 million infrastructure deficit down is to keep our roofs strong and not to do too much building new until we do that. To put it more simply, you don't build an extension on your home if your roof is leaking. What we know from our residents is that they care about roads. They want smooth roads. They want safe roads to drive, walk, or bike on. One more quick example. Let's imagine for a moment a brand new road. Conveniently, this one costs $10 million, a nice round number. If we make the right interventions, small ones, resurfacing, patching, maintenance, and we keep that road in good shape, that is a 50-year asset that we can have for roughly $13 to $14 million. So again, $10 million to build it, $3 to $4 million to maintain it, and we can stretch that road's life to 50 years. If we don't make the right interventions, that same road will last 25 years. And along with providing a terrible experience for cars, trucks, and buses, we would need to rebuild it twice in that same 50-year period. So that 50-year road that was $13 to $14 million now costs $20 million. This is the crux of the plan, fixing the roof before we build the extension. Next slide, please. Council, this now shows you how we're going to do this. The capital plan adjustments. Renewals, fixing the roof, are decreasing by 2%. Expansions, our new builds, are decreasing by 15%. I should be clear that this does not threaten growth in housing or commercial needs in our region, but it does mean that some of our larger capital projects are now appearing later in the plan, fixing first, then growing. Your next question is likely, well, we run an integrated network. How are you working with our area municipal partners? And the answer to that is we've already started through emails and meetings, and it's ongoing. We don't have a confirmed budget. That's your role, Council. But we are sharing our plans, and I'm with the city commissioners on Friday morning doing just that, and we'll have a follow-up with the township directors and COs as well. But I will tell you that reprofiling of projects at this scale is really challenging for all of our teams. The regional roads obviously connect to area municipal roads, and this will be a re-coordination effort. But as Director Neal noted this morning, we do have some greater flexibility, and so if we find any major problems in the realignment of this plan, I'm happy to come back to this horseshoe and suggest any changes or adjustments, again, within budget. Next slide, please. But this doesn't mean that we stop construction, although I'm sure some of our residents would like that. As mentioned above, we do have a $151 million capital program in 2026 with some of the key renewal and expansion projects listed here. I do want to talk a bit more about the flexibility on the renewal side of the capital works. And again, Director Neal had referenced today that this flexibility. If we have projects that are now delayed for any reason on the renewal side, we'll have the ability to pivot to other projects. This could also apply if we have projects coming in under budget. We have a list of projects prioritized, and we've included language in our annual tenders for both rural and urban rehab and our miscellaneous contracts. So previously, a finding or a delay would have deferred the project, but now it can be brought back into the program and allocated in the existing budget. So to summarize the transportation budget for this year ahead, we are focusing on our existing asset renewal. We are going to fix and maintain the roof, and we are going to slow down on expansions. And that is just a fiscally responsible way for us to approach our $100 million infrastructure gap while delivering good service to our residents with good asset condition. But it does mean that we are building less new in the next 5 years. My team and I are happy for any questions. Thank you.
Looks like Chantel's got the fast fingers today. So Councillor Hunick.
Through Chair Harris. Commissioner Spinner, are there any new roundabouts on regional roads slated to begin in 2026?
Through you, Chair, simply yes. I don't have all of those listed in front of me, but yes.
I don't either, but the question that maybe you can answer when you come back on the 3rd or the 10th is, if we paused the development of said new roundabouts for 1 year, how much would we save and what potential pitfalls, no pun intended, am I not realizing?
Happy to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. So you were talking about keeping roads in shape, and I'm going to take you back. You weren't here, but a few years back, the region did Highway 97, Cedar Creek Road, and they did a great job. It was beautiful. But the gravel companies have moved in, and that stretch where they come in and out have destroyed that road. I don't know if there's something better we could put there that doesn't break it down so much, or I wish we could charge them for it. Everybody says that the tax levy that they give to the township and the region covers everything. It's between $300,000 and $600,000 a year we get. 1 kilometer road is $1 million. So, I mean, it doesn't nearly pay for it. So that's one of the things we should look at. And if you get a time, and I know you never have time, but have a drive down Highway 97 and look at where the pits go in and out. The other one is the Roseville Road in Roseville. When do we look like we're going to be doing that? Don't you like how they work together as a team? Feed me the data.
Through you, Chair, it is a good point, Councillor Foxton, and we note it quite often, is that my team plans out our road projects in the capital plan, but Jennifer, who is quickly scanning here for the Roseville timeline, is the delivery group for us.
It was due to be done 3 years ago.
Councillor, is it okay if I bring that one back to you in the December 3rd list?
No problem at all.
Okay, if you've got it, please.
Sorry, we found it in the preliminary plan. So 3.6 million starting with delivery in 2031, with the bulk of it happening in 2032.
So it's fallen out a good 10 years. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gowling.
Thanks, Chair. Through you. I love hearing that we're going to be proactive rather than reactive when it comes to resurfacing, because I know in the long run, costs are more than they should be when it comes to redoing things. Specifically to slide 49, where it says the King Street from Sports World Drive, are we doing this to anticipate the LRT going through there? Is that why that's on the books? Or are we doing this and then have to redo it when the LRT goes through?
Through you, Chair. So, Councillor, I'm going to answer this not specific to that project, but you'll appreciate where I get to.
Okay.
There's a section of roadway down on the King Street extension that if folks were going down and traveling, to the 401 heading west, where there is a massive island in the middle of the road. It effectively looks like a 20-foot wide sidewalk. And the reason for that, and while it is confusing why it is there, is that it's the future LRT corridor. So on these projects, when given the opportunity to relocate utilities or to make space for the future LRT corridor, we're doing just that in advance. It was actually one of the major successes and lessons learned from Stage 1 LRT is the amount of utility work that we were able to do in the corridor during the construction of that. So we added capacity for new homes and jobs, but we also got to redo some aging infrastructure as we did the LRT project. Thank you.
Okay, but I'm going the other way. I'm going from Sports World to Freeport.
Yeah, I'll have to. I don't have the specific answer on the purpose for that project. Sports World. Sorry, this is King from Sports World to Freeport. I don't have that in front of me. I'm sorry.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
If you can get back, because it's 6.4 million projected for 2026, and if it's not in conjunction with the phase 2, why would we pay for that if we have to redo it all over again? That's just kind of my question on that. Second thing that Councillor Foxton brought up when it comes to the gravel pits, it's no surprise that I'm not a big fan of them. However, they're there. Is there any way for us to relook at or come up with something where they are, because if it's 360,000 for the year and 1 kilometer of road is $1 million, is there any way for us to get back those fees from the destruction that they're doing?
Through your chair, Councillor Gowing, thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Mike Henderson, Director of Transportation, to take that one. Talk to us about what we pull in now in the aggregate haulage and then opportunities to increase that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. We do collect about $200,000 annually, which is a fee that is assessed to the aggregate haulers that comes back into our account, and we would use that on our roads.
And then there's no room to renegotiate that or increase that? I'm looking at it as if they're the ones that are causing the issues, why are the taxpayers only getting 200,000?
I'd have to take that back to staff, Councillor, and look into that a little bit more. But we have noticed over the last 5 years a pretty significant increase in our haulage fees for the aggregate suppliers.
Thanks.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick questions, I think. The roundabout proposed at some point on Franklin at St. Benedict's. When are we looking at this in terms of actual construction to complete Franklin Boulevard?
Through your chair, we're going to pause to check the capital plan. And we're going to phone a friend, Director of Design and Construction, Frank Cosa, please.
I think it's currently slated to start, through you, Chair. It's currently slated to start in 2027 with actual roadwork construction starting in 28. There's some underground service work we need to do there first.
Okay. My second question, if I may, McQueen Shaver, which is famous for the stunt drivers being caught, but the expansion of McQueen Shaver going out towards Franklin and then on to Town Line. What are our plans there in terms of having quote, a bypass around Cambridge?
That's not that, right? Councillor, I'm going to phone a friend again, please.
Oh, I thought you had all the answers, Doug.
Sometimes.
Perhaps, Frank, and I should just stay down here. Through you, Mr. Chair, we have bumped that out, I believe, past 2030. We've had communications with the development that's going in there, and we've also had communications with our transportation planning group. So it's been bumped out past 2030.
It's been bumped out past 2030?
Correct.
Did you not see a need for that at this particular time in terms of a little bit more emphasis moving forward faster?
At this point, from a transportation perspective, there's no imminent needs. We are currently working with the development community on the site that is adjacent to McQueen Shaver, Councillor Craig, between Franklin and Dundas. And there are no expected delays in our approach there. We're trying to work out some land issues with that developer.
Okay, and the next question, which relates to that, is a new bridge across the river down by McQueen Shaver. Is that somewhere in a forecast, and when would it be?
Back to me. Through your chair, Councillor Craig. So you'll recall that we plan to include that in the integrated mobility plan. The next round, we were going to bring forward, it is planned for January now, a recap of what we had done in the 2018 Transportation Master Plan. As well, there was 2 projects that we had asked to look at, specifically the bridge as well as the Elmira bypass, for how those projects could advance. Again, they'll need to be studied and prioritized against all others, but it is on a list for study.
So I need to talk to residents about the traffic in the downtown. What do I say to them in terms of the possibility of a new bridge in the downtown area of Cambridge, helping to deal with the traffic issues we're having? Are we looking somewhere in 2030 in terms of that possibility? Like, what is the answer for me to relate to the community?
Yeah, so Councillor Craig, you'll recall from the 2018 Transportation Master Plan, that project was placed beyond 2041 in terms of beyond 2041 in terms of prioritization. The new integrated mobility plan sets a new timeline at 2051, and so there are a number of projects that will come back into.
Stop asking the questions. It's only getting farther out. And you think that that's fine in terms of the actual traffic issues and the crossings in the downtown area?
Through your chair, Councillor Craig, I think we take an all-of-region approach, and so there are a number of areas in the region that require attention and infrastructure projects, and so my team does that and tries to balance the budget available with the projects that we proceed with, and we try to seek the greatest benefit for the greatest number of people. So, yeah, I am comfortable with how that project is placed today.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not. So let me ask the last question, Mr. Chair, if I may. Where do we as councillors fit in the planning of all of this? Because, from year to year, I would like to know what's happening in Cambridge specifically. I'd like I'd like to term it as better answer, not that you're not giving the proper professional answers, but some better outcomes for some of the questions that seem obvious to residents. Where do we fit in? I mean, right now, I'm responding to what you're proposing.
Yeah, that might be a bit of a broader question than me, Councillor Craig, but I'll have a go. I think, look, I'm really encouraged about today's discussion around the capital program. I feel like that's an advancement that we've made at this horseshoe. And I think that the next question, and a number of councillors have asked that this morning, is how do we support or impact the capital plan? And so I think that moment is now in this budget discussion. But it will be ongoing as we work through the integrated mobility plan too. So if there are projects in the capital plan in which in which council is not happy with where they are placed or how they're prioritized, I'm happy to have a look.
Okay, so just if I may, just to finish up, Mr. Chair, I promise. Yes. So dealing with the bridge again, how do you rate the need for a bridge in the downtown? Like, how do you look at it and say, yes, we need to do this. Yes, it's something that must be done. Yes, we got transport trucks going out to air and things like that. How do we rate the priority here? Or is it really coming down to fending off other projects that have interests also? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, through you, Chair, it's a really good question, Councillor Craig, and it is a academic exercise. And so we look at effectively benefits to the neighborhoods, to the community by that project. We look at that, obviously, with the cost of that project, and we try to rank all of the projects against each other each time we do that transportation master plan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. I do appreciate your commentary. Thank you, gentlemen.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, a question on the renewal program. I think a lot of exciting projects on slide 49, but could you just perhaps clarify where, and those are pretty major projects, albeit renewal, where sort of repaving fits into the equation? You mentioned sort of a general tender, but just the roofing of it all. Is that something that, and I'll maybe tie it into my second question, would be that once this budget's approved, would it be possible to perhaps get some type of information before the construction season starts on all of the projects happening in all of the area municipalities for the year ahead, and so we know what to expect or have a sense of what's to come? I think that'd be really helpful.
I'm going to phone a friend. Please, Mike.
Through you, Chair Harris, to you, Councillor Rodriguez. Yes, we are in the process now of working out that coordination at the staff level with all of the municipalities. So we've begun that process at this point. What we have essentially done in order to meet the affordability context is reduce the scope of some of the major projects to allow us to spread that money a little bit around through the regional road network, and as Doug alluded to, fix the roof on some of these projects. So we've de-scoped some of the major projects to allow us to address some of that backlog and address our network quality. We've had a degradation in the network quality where in 2018, about 5% of our roads were in poor to very poor condition. Now in 2025, we are looking at that figure being 20%. So we're in a bit of a fix the house mode for the next 5 years to try to catch up on some of that backlog. Most of those projects had to be deferred outside of the 10-year capital window. So through these changes, through our collaboration with finance and our collaboration with our design and construction partners, we're able to sort of facilitate getting more work done with de-scoping some of those major projects.
Thank you for that. That's really helpful. And through the chair, I think so I understood on that, but I assume that there'll be like a separate bucket that's dealing specifically with those lower cost maintenance things to tackle the poor and very poor items that isn't listed on this slide. Yeah. Yes? Great. Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. Through the chair. Commissioner Spooner, since our province has disallowed us from using speed cameras to improve road safety, what else are we doing to improve road safety in 2026, and how much is it costing us? Sorry, how much is it costing the taxpayer?
Through you, Chair. So on the municipal speed camera program, my plan is to bring back a report in Q1 of next year. We've obviously got a tremendous amount of work underway in dissolving a full program, and so I don't have confirmed cost on that. Councillor Hunick, I think when we think about this, and I talked a lot about the speed camera program is a very effective tool in our toolbox, and it was because it addressed two major areas for us. And reminder, kind of three levels of how to think about compliance on roadways. First is behavioral. That's reminding people of things, signs, and other. The next is enforcement, and we had a role in that with speed cameras, and now that falls to WRPS. And the third is redesign, and as we know, redesign is expensive. And so that's why we like the speed camera program, because it provided enforcement, and it also provided the opportunity for redesign. Look, we have a road safety program that's much broader than just speed cameras. So later this month in the townships, we're going to start the township traffic calming pilot, and so that's going to introduce behavioral signs in settlement areas, and just behavioral signs, as I say. You'll note those are posted speed limit, the speed you are traveling, and then a reminder, smiley face, frowny face, are you doing it right? And so those will be effective for a lot of people, and we'll expand that program. We've got the roundabout safety pilot ongoing, and my team and I are now reacting to the dissolution of the speed camera program to figure out what our next steps are. But I will tell you, and it's important to note that we effectively hadn't counted our chickens before they hatch. So we know we'll have a road safety reserve that will be there at the end of the year. It'll exist. We're looking for other ways to fill that up, but we hadn't applied that. So there's no budget gap in future years because of the lack of a speed camera program. We hadn't accounted for it yet, and so effectively we are where we were, knowing that we have a significant shortfall that we were anticipating. Please.
I appreciate that there's no budget gap at this point, but I do still recognize a road safety gap. And so the province, when they dissolved speed cameras, promised some money toward speed bumps, etc. Have we seen any of that money yet? When does it come into play?
Through you, Chair, anticipating that we'll get notification of that soon, Councillor. I'll include that in my Q1 update once we've confirmed what that number is. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Just some recap on aggregate. So the aggregate was, the rate was increased about, Catherine McGarry was the minister at the time. Was that 8 years ago? Around there. But they also at the same time decided to get classified as farmers, so they only pay 25 cents on the dollar. So we fought that and we won. And so they have to pay like as a business type thing, or actually not even a business, it's a special classification. But now they took back the school board money. The province gave them back school board money, so they don't have to pay taxes for school boards. So aggregates right now control the government. We're not going to get more from them or anything else. It's a real hard fight. Been fighting it now for over 20 years, and they have a lot of power. Just wanted to add that. Bridge, Councillor Craig, totally understand why you want a bridge and everything else. You have to remember Queen Schaefer Boulevard, right on the edge of it, the edge of the pavement, is North Dumfries. I don't know how you could fit another bridge into that downtown section of Cambridge. You've got 3 bridges, and then there's North Dumfries. So if you wanted another bridge, it would have to be in North Dumfries. Just saying that. And for road safety, Councillor Hunick, is the true solution is dirt roads. People don't want to chip their cars, so do gravel roads, dirt roads. Thank you.
I don't think.
Okay,
Doug
we
is
are
recommending
somewhat straying here from I guess, the initial report, but nevertheless, Councillor Craig.
Well, it appears we might be entering into a bridge fight here with North Dumfries. But anyways, if I may, Mr. Chair. A bridge too far. Well, that was the pedestrian bridge. But anyways, if I may, I'm just wondering if we can get a skeletal assessment of the need for a bridge in the downtown of Cambridge, if that can be done. Because I'd like to know where we're at. I'm not prepared to wait till I won't be here probably in 2:31, or to 2:41. But I think we need to answer that. And the second thing, if I may, Mr. Chair, I had asked 3 years ago about a pedestrian bridge in the GC, in the Galt Collegiate area across the river. Where are we with that?
Through you, Chair, Councillor Craig, much in the same spot as we are on the other. I don't actually remember if we had studied that bridge in the 2018 Transportation Master Plan, but through your comments, I've got it on the list for study. And again, we're kicking that work off in 2026. So
I'll hear something in 2026? Okay. Mr. Spooner, thank you very much.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, a question of clarification for staff, because this bridge in Cambridge is on the council or committee tracking list, if I recall correctly, as something to be studied further through the integrated mobility plan, which is an opportunity, and correct me if I'm wrong, for council to engage in the process where council will decide how to prioritize all of the projects across all of the area municipalities and across the region, and to add new projects, to remove projects, to flyovers and bridges and trams and buses. Like, that's the process, correct, that we're embarking on starting, you said, in January, where council will have those touch points, and once approved will guide all of the decisions and the capital planning for the budget. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, Councillor Rodriguez, that's correct. So my team will do the academic exercise for you, which is part of the exercise, and then we'll work with council to reflect the wants and needs of the community outside of the academic exercise to help prioritize those projects and put them in the right place.
Well, I look forward to that study. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that concludes our questions on roads, and so we'll move over, and I know we had a thorough discussion yesterday on the same topic, so we'll see what brings today, but I'll pass it over to Commissioner Rose, who is going to speak about waste.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I wanted to talk about this project with Council, as it is a project that we in Waste Management had to put on the unsecured funding list based on the affordability targets that we're meeting with our debt servicing costs, because this project was this project I'm going to be speaking about was fully debt funded. So if I could just jump to the next slide, please. This project is the expansion of the Waterloo public drop-off. Waterloo Region operates 2 public drop-offs, one in Cambridge and one in Waterloo. And public drop-offs are really important because they support diversion, and this helps support the landfill space not filling up. Public drop-offs are also important community spaces, and this may seem strange, but during the pandemic, when I was in another community, also in charge of waste, I had dozens and dozens, if not more, emails and calls from members of the public wanting us to open the public drop-off because it was such a huge part of their life. So they really are community spaces. And you can see on the chart on the right that in 2021 and 2020, there were a lot of customers and people who came to the public drop-off during the pandemic. You can also see from this graph, I wanted to show you the number of visits. So in 2024, we had almost 160,000 visits, and this is just at the Waterloo location. So this project to expand the Waterloo public drop-off is really, it's really a creature of growth. So we had, when the Waterloo landfill was first created in that transfer station, I heard it was in the middle of nowhere. But over time, subdivisions have built up around it. Plus, there's been a lot of commercial across the street, across Erb Street, with a Costco in particular that is accessible with the same roundabout into the public drop-off. The same roundabout gets you into Costco. So right now, the public drop-off is too small for current demands and future use. And we can actually see this happening in real time on Saturdays, which are busy days for both a public drop-off and a Costco visit, where traffic is already starting to back up on Erbs Road towards Iron Needles. From what I understand, is the worst backup area. So I just wanted to remind Council how important public drop-offs are, not only to diversion, ensuring landfill capacity is stretched as long as we can, and also as a community space. And then I've got this last bullet here that says that our current estimated landfill space is at 18 to 20 years, and I mentioned this yesterday, and this is based on new data from the long-term waste management strategy. If you could go to the next slide, please. So some of the reasons why we have to expand the public drop-off is not just growth, but assets are at their end of life, especially the buildings and underground infrastructure. So those are the pipes. We also need to build a roundabout on Erbs Road to facilitate traffic, ensure paramedics have a clear right of way. So our team did meet with Chief Riches, and he noted that this was something that paramedics would like to have, is this roundabout to support their service. Also in the public drop-off project is a permanent sanitary connection from the Erbs Road shelter and the paramedic station into the pipes at the Waterloo public drop-off area. So right now, staff are working on a temporary solution, and we're working with the Township of Wilmot and their chief building official with respect to that and the building permits that go along with that. But this is a temporary solution until we were able to get to the work of the permanent solution of upsizing and replacing the pipes for the public drop-off and transfer station landfill area. So as part of the work we do to ensure that our groundwater does not get contaminated from the runoff from landfills, is we have leachate, which is what you call the runoff from the water runoff from landfills goes into the pipes. So they're not sanitary pipes, they're leachate collection pipes that are in the landfill, but the permanent solution was going to bring the sanitary waste from Erbs Road shelter and the paramedic station. So just if you know more about pipes and wanted to know that distinction, then I just wanted to let you know that as well. We are currently at 60% design of the public drop-off. There are a number of key interest holders, not only internally with paramedics, community services, waste, design and construction, transportation, but also Township of Wilmot, City of Waterloo, also because they received the waste that comes from the landfill and public drop-off area. The construction costs are estimated at $128 million to do this work. And we, like I said, we had listed this as unsecured funding because it was all in the debt funding section. So what we're working towards is having a shovel-ready design ready to go to apply for any infrastructure grants that may be made available by the federal, provincial governments. So essentially, once we're done the design work, we're going to just wait and see if we can support this project through those grants. There are also opportunities for, because we're making this as net zero as possible, to have some kind of GHG reduction grants or climate change grants as they are made available. Councillor Erb, I just wanted to point out to you that the table on the right answers your question from yesterday on how much tonnage of mixed recycling we do receive. So it's 422 tons of mixed recycling that we see just at the Waterloo drop-off. And you can see there all the diversion that we do collect and divert away from the landfill at that public drop-off. So the public drop-off project itself is one which supports diversion, and it also supports a circular economy, because what we have built into the design are spaces where people can go to bring diversion material, including the construction and demolition material that you often ask about, Councillor Liggett, and all kinds of other diversion material that would be part of the circular economy. We're putting in new scales with a new gate, and there will be a better internal traffic flow, so that will ease the traffic pressures on Erbs Road, and we're replacing aging infrastructure. The last point here is just what I've been saying all along. The construction of the project is currently deferred. You may see, because of that, increased traffic backups on Erbs Road and the surrounding roads as a result, as people try to get down that street or to wherever they happen to be going. So I just wanted to bring your attention to some of the work that we did as part of the affordability work and creating the capital plan, that this project was identified as one that would be deferred, made shovel ready and ready for any grants that were available, but it does have the unintended consequences of, or intended, I don't think they're intended, of the traffic situation on Erbs Road. Thank you.
Okay, we'll commence questions on this portion of the capital discussion. Councillor Foxon.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So if we're diverting it to these two sites, isn't that just creating another landfill site? Like, how did we gain anything?
The question is gaining anything by doing this project?
Yeah, because isn't it just another landfill?
No, so the site is a landfill, an open landfill, plus a transfer station, plus diversion area, which is the public drop-off area. So what we're planning on doing, and what this project is designing to do, is create more spaces for people to divert waste and different types of waste. We might get into mattresses, carpets, which are very difficult to recycle, but there are companies out there who do take that material and disassemble it and turn it into something else. So we're trying to create at this public drop-off a space where we can provide more opportunities for diversion, and that means that there'll be less that's going into our active landfill.
Oh, that's good. I'd like to see down the road the stats on how much goes to people actually taking it and versus, or companies versus going to landfill. Where's the one in Cambridge? Excuse me.
The one in Cambridge, the public drop-off, is off Savage Drive. So
Savage Drive, okay.
Franklin and then Savage, yeah.
And I'm just going to sneak in the waste containers again. I've got several emails from people, seniors that live, these laneways are dirt laneways. They're a kilometer long. They can't lift the garbage things into their vehicles, and they can't leave them at the side of the road, especially at winter, because they got culverts on both sides of the road, and it's all filled in with snow. So how do they deal with waste?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Foxton, we do have information to support them that we've gathered from other communities that have moved to carts that are in rural areas like Simcoe County and Halton Region. So those people can reach out to our waste team, and we will go to their residents and help support them through the transition of the cart process.
Thank you. You got the emails yesterday, so thank you.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to stick with capital questions on waste. Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So I understand there's a few different challenges we're trying to solve with this content here. One of them being the public drop-off location, but a secondary one about access to the Herbs Road shelter and the paramedic station. And I would be curious to know the thinking on installing a roundabout in that location, and if it's a safety and like EMS concern as a priority, could it not be solved with like a traffic signal at that intersection instead of a roundabout? If that, to address that side of things, I don't, it's a pretty rural context, and it's a, there's the need for the ambulances to get out when they need to get out, and I'm sure at peak shift times there'd be demand, but otherwise I think it's a lot of people going straight through that intersection. So I just, in the world of us carefully look, and I know it's an unsecured project, but could you address that portion of your scope with a signalized intersection?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Rodriguez, the entrance that I'm talking about for the roundabout is, it would be the new gate entrance into the public drop-off facility. So it's, I don't know how many meters it is, but it's down the road a bit from the road that goes into the paramedic station and the Herbs Road shelter. So the conversation with Chief Riches is that, yes, he did like the idea of a signalized intersection, but also the roundabout would help just with that flow of the paramedics through that other entrance that we're going to be building where the roundabout's going to be located.
So the roundabout you're saying would be at, I guess, Fire Tower Road and Herbs Road?
I would have to ask my director, oh yes, I'm getting a thumbs up. Director Kosa, would you like to come down and answer more of these detailed design questions?
And while you come down, like my question is, like, so if that's where the roundabout's going to go, how does that feed into the public draw? It just feels like a really, if you could speak to it, that'd be great.
Sure. Through you, Chair, the proposed roundabout is roughly halfway between the existing Fire Tower Road and Wilmot Line, and would feed directly into the reconfigured public drop-off area.
Oh, I see. So it wouldn't actually be at the driveway to the paramedics. It would be in the an interim or a. Interesting. Okay.
Yes, it's a new entrance into the public drop-off. It would be a new gate down, just slightly down, as Director Kosa said, about halfway between where the current gate is and Fire Tower Road.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Councillor Urbanovich.
Thanks very much, and thanks to staff for the update. I think we, well, as someone who has used the Waterloo public drop-off many, many times, it's a valued service, I think, by the community. Number one, and number two, I will say, as we make changes to the waste collection and how much we'll be able to collect it and so on, it becomes increasingly important, especially if we don't want to see increased dumping that I know a number of us have talked about, and certainly it becomes an indirect download on area municipalities who then have to clean up the dumping when it happens. I will say that I'm a little surprised that, I mean, I haven't built a waste facility in the past, but I'm a little surprised by the amount of dollars that we're talking about. And then I think back to a site I visited in Kitchener recently, which was a privately operated facility. AIM Recycling had basically redid their facility near Victoria and Lancaster at the railway tracks. And it is an incredibly modern and top-notch, and I don't know if it was kind of like, you know, what all of us do when we have guests at our house, if they cleaned it up before we came, or if that's the way it looks every day. But I was also impressed by the cleanliness of it. And mind you, it's also fairly new. And so I'm wondering if we've ever thought about, is there an opportunity here, particularly because we're talking the kind of dollars that we're talking about, and there are a number of private sector operators that are essentially involved in all other aspects of our waste system. Is there an opportunity to put out an RFP here and see, would somebody actually, you know, update or build this facility for us and operate it? Because you've got both capital dollars and operating dollars that we're talking about. And then we just would really look after the landfill facility itself. Has that been looked at, thought about, discussed? Is it an option?
Through the chair to Councillor Ravanovich, we haven't looked at that yet. It is a possibility, a possible opportunity as well through our long-term waste management strategy, because as we focus on the circular economy, it's really important to involve private business in the work of diversion and waste management in general. So that would be something we can incorporate into our long-term waste management strategy to see if there's an opportunity for that kind of partnership with a private entity to do that work.
There might be a possibility, and I raise it because there might also be a possibility for us to look at doing something at our site, and maybe also, like I think of some of the facilities that are currently used even along the expressway off of Riverbend Drive. You know, like right now, people do a whole lot of driving to get up there. It might be interesting to see, is there an opportunity to partner with two different folks and using existing facilities, and then, you know, not unlike we move the big bins on our internal road system as they fill up at another location, they would need to move over, you know, move to, whether it's our facility or some things I would imagine just directly go, whether it's down to the States or wherever they go. So it's something I think that I'd be really interested in seeing us take a deeper dive into.
Okay, Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Will we be able to see rough schematics? Because I was along the same lines of Councillor Rodriguez. I thought that this was on Fire Tower Road, right at that herbs spot. And frankly, in order to get me to support it, I would need to better understand where it is and what that would look like. I'm also wondering too, having been along Herbs Road, and it's one of my least favorite roads to travel. Ira Needles is probably the only other one before that. But in terms of actual flow of traffic, I could see it being very hard because there might not be equally competing interests on trying to get in and out in directions. So you can wind up with one row completely backed up with a roundabout. And it's extremely frustrating when you happen to be in that way of traffic. So if I could, do we have information on that study, what that looks like, what the expectations of that would be, and then also understanding how the paramedics are still going to get access, as well as to the fire training station further down. So I guess I'm really asking for kind of general schematics, not a broken down detailed design, but better understanding what exactly this would look like.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councillor Salonen. And through the chair, your question about, oh my gosh, all your questions just jumped out of my head. The first question about the roundabout and that. We've been working with Ken Vanderwall at the township. So he has been involved and others at the township with respect to the idea of the design there. We did bring transportation in to the conversation because of the backup that we're expecting with the traffic, so that they can provide their expertise into the design and try to manage that. And we may need to put, temporary measures in. I'm not sure. I'm not a transportation expert. I would leave that up to them. So we're looking at that piece too. And your last question was the design. Yeah, I think we're just doing detailed design. We're at 60% now, and I think Township Wilmot staff have that information, so it should be shareable.
Yeah, and when I say shareable, I mean like with council. Personally, I'm not willing to put this into our budget without understanding what we're actually approving.
Yeah, so this is not, it's in the budget, but it's not in the budget. It's in the budget as unsecured funding. So when the design is done, we can bring more information back to council, and hopefully by that time we have some more information on how we could fund this project. Or as Councillor Urbanovich was talking about, possible partnerships with respect to this project as well. So happy to bring, once the design is complete, back to this council.
Okay, that answers my question, but has now caused me more questions. Thank you for that. That sounds good. So then if it's in our budget, but it's not with secured funding, why is it in this budget right now? I thought this budget was to establish funding envelopes for programming for 2026.
So through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Saladin, so I can make sure everyone's on the same page and we're very clear. So as projects get added to the capital plan from the master plans, et cetera, they're put in the ideal years where we would like them. And then we did the work this year to say, out of those, what could we fund and what can we not fund? We didn't want to remove projects or not show the need that have come up through our approved master plan. So instead, we've chosen not to show them as debt. We can't afford that, but we've put them in as unsecured. All the unsecured projects are from 2027 forward, so we're not asking you to approve work on any of them, but it's more for awareness. The unsecured projects, I believe, are almost 30% of the numbers that are in our capital plan. And this is, we will not move forward without getting funding sources from somewhere else or coming back to council to let you know how we're going to fund that and how we're going to move it forward. So that's the whole idea of that category, is this is important work. We don't want to lose sight of it. We want you to be aware of where we're not moving things forward. And we want you to know that those are areas where we are looking for support with government relations. How do we get those projects moving?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and thanks for this information and all the various questions. I just wanted to ask a couple more questions about the drop-off piece. Although actually I should start by saying that we appreciate the work that's been done to fix or to improve the roundabout at Ira Needles and Herb Road, so thank you for that. I know it was a bit painful, of course, to go through, but it seems to be, I don't know, I've only gone through it once, but I appreciate the work with that was done there. And I guess I would also say that the traffic lineups that you described in this area are also why we really need some. Doug's nodding because he knows we really need that bus route 31 out there, because there's a lot of commercial activity out there and people that go out to work, but also to shop, etc. So, and then into the neighborhood. So thank you for continuing to have that on your radar, because that is really important. But on the public drop-off, I'm just curious, when it's built out, is there a possibility that organics can be dropped off, like not for residential, but for organizations, or I'm thinking, I don't know, cafes or restaurants or things like that? I don't know if that's practical at all. I'm just curious.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor McCabe, I think your last comment is, that's where exactly my brain was going, how practical that is, because organics tend to decompose fairly quickly. So I'll have to get back to you on an answer to that question, because I will talk to the team about it.
Yeah, because I'm partly just wondering, like, I mean, if there's a way sort of in the fullness of time that, you could pick up organics from grocery stores or, the many restaurants we have and things like that, could be fed into, I don't know what it's called, a biodigester or something to generate energy, something like that. So if there's room in that type of really broad thinking and space, whether there would even be space there. And then the other question I had just around that is because we know particularly in Waterloo, there's a lot of students who are looking for, household wares, and there's seniors across, from every community who are looking to downsize. And I suspect that some of the large items that get taken to waste management, like there's often there's a lot of stuff that goes to the landfill that is perfectly usable. So just wanted to know how your team are still continuing to think of, I'm using the students and seniors as one example, but I'm sure there's lots of other examples where there's is there a way to match some of these groups together? Seniors downsizing to move into a smaller home, students that need beds and dressers and tables and chairs and stuff like that. What are we doing about, those kind of issues?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor McCabe, you've asked me another thing I'm very excited about. A question.
Okay. Two for two.
2 for 2. So our long-term waste management strategy is looking exactly at that. So a circular economy is really 2 parts. One is about waste diversion, but one is really about economic development. So a really good approach to waste management is engaging in economic development opportunities for people who want to start businesses that support diversion. So that is going to be something that we're going to be looking at through the long-term waste management strategy. I anticipate, working with economic development departments and area municipalities and whoever, just to talk about the different ideas. So and a good example of that is the Friendlier Company. So that was one. Friendlier Company is a company that was created in Guelph in response to the circular economy, where they put takeout containers in restaurants, which you can bring back and reuse. So that's a really good example of an economic development opportunity that came out of circular economy. So that's why I'm really excited about this. It's really, there's 2 motivations here, and I think it's great for the region and it's great for the environment at the same time.
Okay. Oh, really interesting answer again. Thanks. I see why we hired you. You're thinking really bold and broadly, so thanks very much.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure how frequently pedestrians will cross the roundabout by the public drop-off / paramedic station, but there seems to be a connection between roundabouts and road safety, and I want to present to council and to the roads team that for sight-impaired people, signalized intersections are actually much safer, because with roundabouts, there's really no way to know when to cross. And so when I talk about potentially delaying some roundabouts, I want to be clear that I'm still for road safety, but there are different angles to look at that. Thanks.
Okay. Does someone want to answer or chime in on that?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor Hunick, I'll just recap some of the things and my thoughts on roundabouts. So we know that roundabouts are safer for vehicles. They reduce head-on collisions and the overall impact of that, serious injury and death. We also know that for pedestrians, with slower moving vehicles, it should be safer. But as you pointed out, a real challenge in what I call the protected box that is provided by a signalized intersection versus moving through what can be perceived as live traffic. But you've hit exactly the reason that there are 2 elements of the roundabout safety pilot. There is the raised crosswalks that help with getting people up higher for visibility, but also slowing vehicles down through that movement, but also the introduction of flashing lights that is there in 2 of the locations. And so my hope is, while we may not get to full signalized intersections at roundabouts, that we do have a method of identifying that there are pedestrians moving through the roundabout, and so that vehicles have better prior notice and that we can do that movement safely. Thank you.
But Commissioner Spooner, if you're blind, you can't see flashing lights. Audible signals are really important. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry for clarification, Chair. Yes, so the flashing lights would notify the vehicle that there is a pedestrian moving, but as you've pointed out, when we do a signalized intersection, the indication for pedestrians can be both light or auditory. So well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to speak certainly for Councillor Solomon, but it would be really, any information that we could get for budget would be really helpful on where things are at. But I assume this is the intent, but once things have moved along, would it be possible like a comprehensive report on what this project is, perhaps responding to Councillor Urbanović's suggestions and some of the things that you've heard here today, so we can kind of just see the big picture. We have, the Herbs Road sanitary project, we have this public drop-off, we have this roundabout and traffic flow concerns. I think that'd be really helpful, and that's not a budget item, but perhaps something that we could look at next year would be really helpful, or when it's ready.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm really happy to do that because this is an incredibly important project for diversion in the environment and helping forward the strategic goal of climate-aligned growth. So when the design is completed, we're happy to come back with a report talking about the design, all of the elements to it, and then the options for funding or partnerships that we've looked at for this project in particular.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. Great discussion on waste again today. And so I'll turn it over to CFO Wayne Stuffler to give council a bit of a recap on what we can expect in the next coming weeks. And then I will entertain a motion to go into close. So Wayne, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Harris. Yeah, a great couple days of budget deliberations and discussions and lots of really good questions. So what's coming next on November 26th next week is the police budget review day. And then December 3rd is where we'll come back to council with a report with all the questions that were answered and the responses back. And then from that day, we have December 16th, which is the final budget day. Another date to keep in mind is December 10th is that date for deadline for final motions. So thank you very much, and we'll see you at the next meeting.
Great. Well, thank you to staff for presentations and council for Q&A. I would like to entertain a motion to enter into closed session for council this evening. Do I have a mover? Was trying to chime in?
Yeah, again.
Trying to get to her speak.
Okay.
So sorry.
Prior to the motion, I'll head over to Councillor Hewinik then.
Thank you. Wayne, sorry, are you able to recap the things that we've asked to come back for over the last couple of days?
So through the chair, so we've been keeping track of all the questions and noting them. And so we could give a preliminary list. We could email just to say these are all the things we're working on. All those then will be what is incorporated into that December 3rd report where we have each of the questions and the responses.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Gowling, I believe you were moving the motion to go into close, seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. So over to E-Scribe, please, to vote to go into close, colleagues. Councilman McCabe supports it. Okay, that's carried, colleagues, so we'll make our way down, and once folks assemble, we will do that. And then I guess I also need to motion to adjourn. I'm going to go to this side. Mover, Councillor Craig, seconder, Councillor Urbanović will go to E-Scribe over to adjourn as well. Or raise your hand. Councillor Nowak's a yes on that. I am as well. Okay, that is carried. Thank you very much. We'll see you down the stairs.